Chapter 62. Ling Xiao lay on a branch in the middle of a towering tree, his expression changing as he looked at the 500 or so high-level first-stage windwolves. With so many windwolves, even mystic warriors could only flee at the mere sight of them. Are they here to settle the score with me? Ling Xiao thought worriedly. Ling Xiao braced himself and prepared to flee through the trees. Suddenly, the 500 high-level first-stage windwolves howled at the sky, and Ling Xiao did not dare to move recklessly. Then, the 500 high-level first-stage windwolves parted to form a path, and 8 3-meter-long windwolves walked out. These 8 windwolves had arrogant expressions and bared their fangs. They were tall and mighty, and the aura of a superior made the 500 high-level first-stage windwolves kneel on the ground, as if they were servants meeting a general. These 8 windwolves were actually not lower than the second-order low tier. They were comparable to the strength of a low-tier mystic warrior. 3 of them even had the strength of a second-order mid-tier. Such a lineup would be terrifying no matter where it was, and ordinary mercenary groups would be dismembered if they encountered them. The 8 windwolves lined up in a row and howled at the sky. Oh, the howls were continuous and loud, scaring the nearby low-level birds and beasts into a frenzy. Even some of the smaller mercenary groups and adventurers were terrified. What's going on? Why are there so many wolves howling? It's a full moon tonight. Is there a werewolf in human form? What are you guessing? It's definitely the Wolf King Dan Sheng. Hunter Wolves wave, Wolf King Dan Sheng. How can you be sure? I've read in an ancient book that an ancestor encountered such a situation. According to the records, once a wolf leader becomes a high-level wolf and defeats many others, he will be crowned as the Wolf King. In such a situation, all the wolves will be gathered to witness the Wolf King's ascension. It's said that an ancestor encountered tens of thousands of wolves gathering to witness the Wolf King Dan Sheng. This is known as the Wolf King Dan Sheng. However, there won't be that many wolves in the outskirts of the mountain range, at most 2,000 to 3,000, and their ranks aren't high either. I believe this Wolf King's rank isn't that high either. I see. Should we go and take a look? If you want to die, then go ahead, idiot. After the 8 wolf leaders arrived, a wind wolf of a different color than the others slowly walked out of the tunnel. This wind wolf was also 3 meters long. It was ferocious, muscular, and handsome. Unlike other wind wolves, it had golden fur that was like needles, making it seem like the king of wolves. Its sharp fangs and sinister eyes all displayed its ferocity and strength. The golden wind wolf walked to the center and looked around at the wolves lying on the ground. It raised its head high and looked down on the world, looking down on the wolves. Only the 8 Type 2 wind wolves had a ferocious glint in their eyes, their claws constantly scraping the ground, their fighting spirits high. The golden wind wolf glanced at the 8 wind wolves, its eyes filled with disdain. Then it raised its head to the sky and howled. Howl! The wolf's howl was impassioned, shaking the heavens and earth. Its aura was actually not weaker than the howl of the 8 wolves. As soon as the howl stopped, 2 low-tier Type 2 wind wolves pounced impatiently. Their speed was shocking, and in an instant, they appeared in front of the golden wind wolf. Their front claws viciously swiped at the golden wind wolf from different directions. The golden wind wolf shook its golden fur, and a ball of golden light spread out. It also began to move, its speed even faster than the other 2 wind wolves. It charged towards the wind wolf on the left, one of its front claws drawing a golden light as it clashed with the wind wolf's claws. Howl! The wind wolf on the left let out a blood-curdling howl as its 3-meter-long body was ruthlessly sent flying. It crashed into a large tree before coming to a stop and spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, it was still able to crawl back up. The wind wolf on the right took the opportunity to claw at the golden wind wolf's neck. As long as it was hit by those sharp claws, the golden wind wolf would not have a good time. However, this golden wind wolf was not an ordinary wind wolf. It reacted extremely quickly, turning around and leaping, biting down on the wind wolf's abdomen. The wind wolf endured the pain and clawed at the golden wind wolf. This was a method that would injure both sides. However, its claw didn't cause much damage to the golden wind wolf. It was bitten by the golden wind wolf, and a piece of wolf flesh was forcibly bitten off. The bloody wound was extremely frightening. The wind wolf retreated in pain, but the golden wind wolf wasn't willing to give up. It instantly pounced forward and sent the wind wolf flying with a swipe of its claws. The wind wolf that had just crawled up couldn't help but become timid. It actually didn't dare to come forward and instead retreated. The golden wind wolf was still unsatisfied. It chased after it again, using its head to viciously ram the timid wind wolf. The wind wolf was sent flying again like a cannonball. Only now did the golden wind wolf let out a long howl in satisfaction. The 500 wolves nearby all looked at the golden wind wolf with deep reverence in their eyes. Right at this moment, another 3 low-level wind wolves pounced at the golden wind wolf. These 3 low-level wind wolves were clearly stronger than the previous 2. Their speed was much faster, and their strength was probably at the peak of low-level second order. As long as they had enough time, breaking through to mid-level second order wouldn't be a problem. The golden wind wolf's fighting spirit was at its peak. Its golden fur stood on end, and it bared its fangs as it charged at the 3 wind wolves. The 4 wolves mixed in with the golden wind wolf. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the 3 low-level wind wolves and the golden wind wolf was too great. They didn't cause much damage to the golden wind wolf. They were bitten by the golden wind wolf, and they didn't dare to continue fighting. The other 3 mid-level second-order wind wolves also entered the fray. These 3 mid-level second-order wind wolves were much stronger than the previous few wind wolves. Their combined attacks caused the golden wind wolf to be bitten and scratched several times. One of the mid-tier wind wolves managed to grab a chunk of the golden wind wolf's flesh, and the golden wind wolf retaliated with a bite. The other 2 mid-tier wind wolves took advantage of this opportunity to surround the golden wind wolf and tear it apart. The golden wind wolf's kingly might was challenged, and after it forced one of the wind wolves back, it let out a long howl. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred on its body. The fur in the middle of the wolf's head slowly split open, revealing a 3rd wolf's eye. This wolf's eye was even more sinister and frightening than the other 2, and the entire golden wind wolf seemed extremely strange. In that moment, the 3 mid-level wind wolves all revealed a hint of fear. The 5 low-level wind wolves and the 1st-level wind wolf all lay on the ground, motionless, and only looked up at the golden wind wolf. Holy shit, this is what's going on. It's actually an extremely rare 3-eyed wind wolf. No, it should be a mutated 3-eyed wind wolf. Xianxia also noticed the golden wind wolf's transformation, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xianxia had already read a lot about this continent in the Ling family's inner courtyard, and he had read even more about spirit beasts. With one look, he could tell that this wind wolf in front of him was different from the others. It would be great to have this wind wolf as a mount. AI, what a pity. A strong desire immediately arose in Xiao's heart, and he hoped to capture this mutated 3-eyed wind wolf. However, he also knew that his strength was limited, and he was afraid that before he could subdue it, he would be dismembered. The golden wind wolf opened its 3rd eye, and its aura swelled by several times. The golden light around its body grew even brighter. One of the mid-level wind wolves howled, and the 3 wolves attacked together once again. Suddenly, the golden wind wolf's 3rd eye flashed with a dazzling ball of light, directly attacking the 3 mid-level wind wolves. When the 3 mid-level wind wolves came into contact with the ball of light, their bodies actually froze, and their fierce eyes began to slacken. Their aura and fighting spirit seemed to disappear in an instant. The golden wind wolf took this opportunity to pounce at the 3 mid-level wind wolves, tearing at them. Immediately after, the 3 mid-level wind wolves howled, and their voices seemed to be pleading for mercy. After a while, the golden wind wolf stopped attacking, and its 3rd eye closed up, as if it had never been there. The golden wind wolf let out a long howl, and all the other wind wolves followed suit. All the wind wolves in Wolf Fong Valley prostrated themselves on the ground, howling softly their expressions excited and joyous. A wave of 10,000 wolves, Wolf King Dan Sheng. After the Golden Wolf King closed its third eye, it slowly collapsed to the ground, as if that attack had drained it of all its strength. The 8 Type 2 Wind Wolves propped up their injured bodies and walked up to the Golden Wolf King, licking its wounds. The Golden Wolf King responded with a low growl. After a while, the Golden Wolf King slowly stood up, and with a howl, the 500 or so high-level Wind Wolves retreated. Only the 8 Class 2 Wind Wolves and the Golden Wolf King were left. The 9 Wind Wolves seemed to be communicating with each other, growling nonstop. After a while, the 8 Wind Wolves also reluctantly left the Golden Wolf King. Even the heavens are helping me. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim when he saw this. After all the Wind Wolves had left, the Golden Wolf King slowly made its way deeper into Wolfang Valley, its long shadow seeming extremely lonely. As the leader of the pack of wolves, although it could summon a pack of wolves, it could not form a pack like the other wolves. Its identity was different. Other than its wolf concubine, it would not have any other wolf companions. Wolves were extremely prideful spiritual beasts, so it was destined to be a lonely path to becoming a king. The Golden Wolf King had been through a series of battles and was already exhausted. Even its perception was much weaker, and it did not know that there was a figure in the tree behind it. Tree after tree, Ling Xiao leaped and leaped, chasing the Golden Wolf King all the way to its cave. Seeing that the Golden Wolf King was about to enter, Ling Xiao sped towards it like a great rock. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King sensed something and immediately turned around, baring its fangs. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, and immediately used a blade technique, gathering all his Xianxia, and a huge blade light slashed towards the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King could not dodge in time, and its huge body was slashed. It took a few steps back, and a bloody wound appeared. Ling Xiao pointed his blade at the Golden Wolf King and said coldly, "Submit to me, or die." Chapter 63. Faced with the sudden appearance of a human, the Golden Wind Wolf, as the alpha wolf, did not show any signs of fear. Instead, it opened its huge, bloody mouth, revealing a pair of sinister, sharp fangs, and pounced directly at Ling Xiao. After battling 8 low-tier second-order Wind Wolves, the Golden Wolf King was at its weakest, and its speed was much slower than before. Ling Xiao laughed. "Looks like you won't know what to do if I don't teach you a lesson." Ling Xiao could tell that this Golden Wolf King was a mutated 3-eyed Wind Wolf. It would definitely grow into a terrifying high-tier Wolf King in the future. It would be a great help to him, and he had an unprecedented desire to land this Golden Wolf King as a mount. Right now, this Golden Wind Wolf was only at high-tier second order, and had yet to reach the third-order stage of intelligence. However, Ling Xiao believed that it already possessed intelligence, and as long as he displayed enough strength to defeat it, he would definitely be able to subdue it. Just like the 2 mid-tier second-order black bears he had met a few days ago, as long as he displayed enough sincerity, he would be able to gain their trust. Ling Xiao knew that he would not be as strong as this Wolf King in a head-on fight, so he could only rely on speed. Now that the Wolf King was not injured, Ling Xiao would not dare to stroke its whiskers even if he had 100 guts. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, Ling Xiao and the Wolf King were too far apart. Right now, Ling Xiao knew that the Wolf King was at its weakest, and if he did not subdue it now, he might not have the chance in the future. Ling Xiao spread his body, dodging the Wolf King's pounce, and swung the hilt of his blade at the Wolf King. "Awoo!" The Wolf King was attacked once more, and it howled in pain. It felt as if its dignity as a Wolf King had been insulted. This damned human actually dared to hit it when it was down. The Wolf King adjusted its body and opened its bloody mouth, sending a bolt of golden light towards Ling Xiao like lightning. "Damn, it's still so fierce," Ling Xiao cried out, leaping into the air to avoid the attack. The silver ghost blood blade in his hand continued to smash at the wounds on the Wolf King's body. The newly crowned Golden Wind Wolf was really unlucky. It had just successfully seized the throne, but now was being slashed by an ordinary human. It could not help but arouse its most primitive ferocity. It took a hit, and then used its head to hit Ling Xiao's chest. Instantly, Ling Xiao flew out like a cannonball, directly crashing into a large tree trunk before stopping. The Wolf King was even more intelligent. It took advantage of the situation and pounced forward again. Its sharp claws went straight for Ling Xiao's face. "Fuck, you're forcing me to injure you." Ling Xiao had only just crawled up when he saw the claw coming at him. He had no choice but to get serious, directly slashing out with his blade. Puff! The wolf paw was slashed by Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was forced back a few steps. The Wolf King retracted its paw in pain and kept licking its injured front paw. Seeing this, Ling Xiao thought to himself, "It looks like I'll have to bleed it a bit more before it'll listen." Making up his mind, he sheathed his blade and unsheathed the blue crystal sword. He leaned forward quickly, sword light shining brightly. Sword trace. Countless sword images swept towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King opened its mouth to unleash another elemental attack, but unfortunately, its third eye had used up all of its energy. It had just barely managed to use it once, and now it could no longer use any elemental attacks. It could only turn and run. "You want to run? It won't be that easy." Ling Xiao saw through the Wolf King's intentions and increased his speed. The sword light still managed to reach the wolf's tail, directly cutting it off. "Whoa!" The Wolf King howled in grief. At that moment, 3 wind wolves ran out of the cave and ran directly to the Wolf King, licking its wounds. It was obvious at a glance that these 3 wind wolves were the Wolf King's concubines. These 3 wind wolves were about 2 meters long and should only be at the peak of the first level. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them, but he knew that if he didn't finish the battle quickly, it would be troublesome if the Wolf King summoned more wolves. Before the 3 wind wolves could attack, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. This time, Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. The 3 wind wolves sensed the danger and quickly dodged. Wind wolves were born with the wind attribute, so they were naturally faster than most spirit beasts. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless after failing to gain the upper hand. He drew out the silver ghost blood saber again and joined the sword and saber together. He launched the strongest move he could use at the moment, Shadowless Saber, Traceless Sword, and attacked the Wolf King. The Wolf King was still licking its severed tail. To a wolf, this was its proudest and proudest symbol. Now that it was severed, how could it not be sad? The Wolf King didn't have time to react and took the full brunt of Ling Xiao's attack. Its entire body was sent flying, and its golden fur was cut off in many places. There were more than 10 wounds on its body, and it didn't even have the strength to crawl back up. Ling Xiao wasn't in a good state either. Although he'd managed to hit the Wolf King, the 3 wind wolves had clawed at his back. Several bloody wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed freely. Hiss! Ling Xiao's face contorted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. If it weren't for the fact that he'd cultivated the 5 transformations of Vajra, which made him especially resistant to pain, he would have collapsed by now. The 3 wind wolves' hatred for Ling Xiao grew when they saw the Wolf King howling. They once again pounced at Ling Xiao, their mouths wide open as if they wanted to eat Ling Xiao alive. "This young master will send you on your way together." Ling Xiao endured the pain and swung his sword once more. 1 silver and 1 blue, 2 streaks of light cut into the 3 wind wolves' mouths. The 3 wind wolves were all killed by Ling Xiao's sword and saber. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the 3 dead wind wolves. He quickly swallowed 2 pills and then strode over to the Wolf King. The Wolf King was covered in wounds, and there were traces of its own blood all around it. Even so, when it saw Ling Xiao walk over, it still glared at him fiercely. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness, as if it was saying, "If I hadn't been injured, how could I have been injured by a damned human like you? Surrender to me or die." Ling Xiao walked over to the Wolf King and asked coldly. The Wolf King growled and then tried to get up to fight back. Unfortunately, after standing up a little, it fell back down. "Looks like you'll have to suffer a bit more," Ling Xiao said. He put away his sword and clenched his fists, smashing the Wolf King's wounds. "Will you surrender or not? Will you surrender or not?" What a tragedy for the Wolf King. The wounds all over its body were still bleeding, and it was constantly being bombarded. Its body kept twisting, and its mouth kept screaming, "Woo! Woo!" Ling Xiao only stopped after a long while. He stared at the Wolf King and asked, "Will you surrender or not?" This time, the Wolf King simply closed its eyes, as if telling Ling Xiao, "If you want me to surrender, then I'd rather die." "Good, you have guts." Ling Xiao gave the Wolf King a thumbs up, and then pulled out his blue crystal sword. "This young master will grant you your wish. I'll let you suffer 1,000 cuts before you die. Let's see if you can handle it." Ling Xiao swung his sword, and a piece of wolf meat flew out. "A woo!" The Wolf King instantly opened its eyes and let out a pained howl. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He swung his sword again, and another piece of wolf meat flew out. "One last chance. Will you surrender or not?" Ling Xiao stabbed his sword into the Wolf King's front paw and asked for the last time. Ling Xiao knew that these spirit beasts were wild and hard to tame. Furthermore, they hadn't reached the 3rd level yet, so they wouldn't be able to understand him. Thus, he didn't have the patience to waste any more time. If he attracted the attention of the Wolf King, he'd be in trouble. This time, the Wolf King didn't dare to raise its proud head. Instead, it revealed a timid expression and opened its mouth slightly. Ling Xiao thought that the Wolf King was making a final attack and was about to kill it. Suddenly, he saw that what the Wolf King spat out wasn't an attack, but a shining beast core the size of half a fist. This is the legendary beast core of a spirit beast. But isn't it something that only 3rd level spirit beasts can condense? Ling Xiao stared blankly at the beast core floating in front of him as he muttered to himself. According to the records, most 1st to 2nd level spirit beasts didn't have a beast core. Only 3rd level spirit beasts could condense a beast core. Once a beast core was formed, it would begin to gain intelligence and understand how to swallow the aura of heaven and earth, making it easier for them to cultivate. Now, this Wolf King was only at the high 2nd level, but it was able to condense a beast core. How could this not shock Ling Xiao? Could it be that this variant 3-eyed wind wolf is a high-level spirit beast? Ling Xiao wondered. Normally, spirit beasts would only condense a beast core at the 3rd level, but spirit beasts were also divided into different levels. Some high-level spirit beasts, such as the legendary dragon and phoenix divine beasts. These spirit beasts were born with a beast core. These spirit beasts belong to the highest level of spirit beasts. They evolved faster than ordinary spirit beasts, and their growth was also the reason why they were the strongest. "Who cares? I'll take it first." Ling Xiao's gaze became heated. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the Wolf King's beast core. Once the beast core was stained with a human's blood, the spirit beast would follow the human for life and become the human's most loyal beast slave. If the human died, the spirit beast would definitely not survive. But if the spirit beast died, the human would not be affected. This was the most common method of signing a contract between master and servant in the Spirit Xian continent. Of course, in the future, when the relationship between the human and the spirit beast became very good, he could also help the spirit beast dissolve this contract. He only needed to make the spirit beast spit out the beast core and drip another drop of blood onto it to offset each other. After Ling Xiao dripped his blood onto the beast core, an indescribable feeling surged into his mind. It was as if he had formed some kind of intimate relationship with the Wolf King in an instant. The Wolf King slowly swallowed the beast core, and its eyes looked at Ling Xiao. There was no longer any fierceness in them, only a pitiful, human-like light. "Respected master." Such a question actually appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Ling Xiao was startled at first, but then he looked at the Wolf King and asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, master." The Wolf King nodded its head and transmitted its thoughts once again. "Damn, this is too cool. We can actually talk wirelessly." Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in delight. "Master, don't be too happy just yet. If you don't heal me, I'll die." "Oh, my dear Xiao Jin, you have to hold on. I went through a lot of trouble to subdue you, so you have to hold on. I'll heal you right now." Chapter 64. Desolate looked down from the border between the mountain range's periphery and the mountain range's inner depths. A ravine-like abyss separated the two worlds, as if it was cleaved open by an ancient demonic god's blade or sword. It seemed extremely terrifying and profound. In a valley that was closest to the heavenly trench, the dense forest was filled with dense fog. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was draped with a white gauze coat. It was like a paradise on earth, appearing extremely sacred and mysterious. From the outside, most people would be mesmerized by this beautiful mountain fog, but mercenaries and adventurers who knew about this valley would shrink back. This valley was called the Illusion Valley. Its name came from the fact that this place was filled with fog all year round, causing mercenaries and adventurers who entered the valley to be unable to find their way out. In the end, they would be trapped alive in the valley, hence the name Illusion Valley. There was a saying that once one entered the Illusion Valley, 9 out of 10 would die. Originally, this Illusion Valley was rarely visited, but now there were many figures at the foot of the mountain. The person in the lead wore green armor. He had a rough appearance and an extremely imposing figure. A powerful aura surrounded him. This person was the leader of the Green Wolves, Green Wolf. Beside him stood a lean man with fiery hair. He had a long dagger axe on his back and emitted a scorching aura from time to time. This person was one of the 2 vice leaders of the Green Wolves, Fire Wolf. His strength was second only to Green Wolf, and he had just broken through to the high-level mystic realm not long ago. Behind the 2 of them were 3 Mystic Knight rank experts with extraordinary strength. Shockingly, one of them was Jean Lang, who had fought Ling Zhao's group earlier, and the other 2 were the captains of the Azure Wolf group's 2 main squads. There were a few dozen people following behind them, and all of them possessed the strength of low-level, profound practitioners at the very least. The Azure Wolf group was the largest mercenary group in Meteor City. They had several Mystic Knight rank experts and more than 500 mercenaries following them, allowing them to have strength comparable to a small family. However, the large mercenary group only had a few dozen people left. All of this was caused by the Secret Realm map. First, Black Wolf died in Fragrance Inn. Green Wolf took revenge for his brother and led a group to attack the Cold Snake mercenary group, whose strength was second only to theirs. Although the Green Wolves group had managed to kill over 200 mercenaries from the Cold Snakes group, they had also paid a heavy price. However, this was not the worst. The worst was the loss of 3 low-level mystic cultivators. Other than He Lang, Ardwolf's unexpected death made Qing Lang's heart ache. One of them was killed by Lung, she from the Cold Snake mercenary group, and the other was killed by a group of spirit beasts while chasing after Lung Shi and his sister. It was because of this brother's sacrifice that they managed to escape from the attack of the spirit beasts. In the end, there was only a small group of people left. Firewolf, are you sure they entered the Illusion Valley? Green Wolf asked coldly. The Firewolf beside him replied, That's right. Yesterday I saw them enter the Illusion Valley with my own eyes. This Illusion Valley is filled with dense fog, so I didn't dare to go deeper. That's why I waited for the leader to decide. Black Wolf frowned and looked at the misty valley with a gloomy expression, causing him to sink into deep thought. After a while, he said faintly, Gold Wolf and the other brothers, stay here. If you find anyone approaching or appearing from the valley, kill them without mercy. Fire Wolf, Wan Chong, and Captain Wan Qing, follow me into the valley. Yes. The people behind Green Wolf replied in unison. Gold Wolf, who was left behind, was a little depressed at first, but after Green Wolf and the others entered the Illusion Valley, a faint smile appeared on his face, and an ambitious desire arose in his heart. In the illusory valley, 2 wretched figures were entangled with a spirit beast. The man was the leader of the Cold Snake mercenary group, Lung Shi, and the woman was his sister, Wei Dai who was known as the Beautiful Snake. The beast they were fighting was a Type 2 high-tier pangolin. This pangolin was extremely short, only 2 meters long. It had a thin and flat head, a long, sharp mouth, and an extremely bloated body. It looked extremely strange, and its body was covered in thick armor that overlapped with each other. It was as hard as swords and spears to break it. The pangolin was one of the spirit beasts that was not affected by the fog. If they wanted to leave the Illusion Valley, they only needed to burrow into the ground and leave through the belly of the mountain. In this kind of environment, it was the most convenient for the pangolin to hunt its prey. The moment Lung Shi and Wei Dai entered the Illusion Valley, they lost their way. In this pitch-black valley, it was extremely difficult to find any direction. They did not want to enter the Illusion Valley, but there were pursuers behind them and the temptation of the mystic realm in front of them. As long as they passed through the Illusion Valley, they would be able to reach the mystic realm. Therefore, they had no choice but to take the risk and enter the Illusion Valley with the thought of seeking riches amidst danger. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the harsh environment of the Illusion Valley. Other than the layers of fog, there were also various kinds of spirit beasts. These spirit beasts lived in the Illusion Valley all year round, and they knew this place like the back of their hands. They could come and go as they pleased, and they did not seem to be affected by the fog. The pangolin that ambushed them was already the sixth spirit beast to attack them. If it was not for Lung Shi's powerful strength, the two of them would have died. The defense of the pangolin was amazing, and weapons below the middle tier of the second level would not be able to cause any damage to it. However, its attack power was not strong, which was why it was unable to kill the Lung Shi siblings after fighting for an hour. Little sister, don't attack its body anymore, attack its eyes. After a long battle, Lung Shi realized that in order to defeat the pangolin, they had to blind its eyes. Only then would they be able to get rid of the pangolin. The two of them gave up on attacking the pangolin's body and switched to using their strong fire skills to attack the pangolin's small eyes. Sure enough, after the pangolin released a series of earthy yellow rays to counteract the attacks, its eyes were burned by the fire, and it had no choice but to escape underground. When Wei Dai saw that the pangolin had escaped, her legs immediately turned to jelly, and she sat on the ground. Her delicate hands kept on her soft breasts, and she breathed rapidly. Lung Shi, who was at the side, was also sweating profusely. He came in front of Wei Dai, helped her up, and said, "Little sister, don't rest first. That pangolin might be under us. Wait for the pangolin to move again. Let's find a place to rest first." Wei Dai nodded obediently and climbed up with difficulty. Then she found a big tree and jumped up, hiding on top of it to rest. Just as the two of them were relaxed, Lung Shi's expression tightened. He raised his eyebrows, and his sword pierced towards Wei Dai's direction. Wei Dai was shocked. She thought that her brother was going to kill her, so she closed her eyes and waited for her death. However, she didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that there was a long snake as thick as an arm in her brother's hand. Lung Shi cut open the snake's abdomen, took out the snake's gallbladder, and handed it to Wei Dai, thinking, "Little sister, as a qualified mercenary, you can't let your guard down at any time, especially when you are at your weakest. You have to be even more vigilant at all times, or else we won't even know how he died." Wei Dai heaved a sigh of relief, took the snake's gallbladder, and nodded, "Big brother, I understand." She and her brother had depended on each other since young, and her brother had taken good care of her since she was young. She couldn't believe that her brother would kill her, but it turned out that her brother was trying to save her. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards her brother. Wei Dai washed the snake's gallbladder with clean water and then swallowed it directly into her stomach. A ball of heat made her feel comfortable, and she felt much better. "Big brother, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have ended up like this," Wei Dai said to Lung Shi with red eyes. Lung Shi smiled. "Things have come to an end, and there's no point in talking anymore. We must find the secret realm, and when we get out, it will be the day the Green Wolves regiment perishes." Lung Shi's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, and a fire of vengeance burned in his heart. Wei Dai nodded heavily. "Big brother's right. We must live for our dead brothers, and we must personally kill those bastards from the Green Wolves regiment. For now, let's forget about those things." The most important thing now is to pass through the Illusion Valley as soon as possible. Since someone was able to enter and exit from here, there must be a path that we don't know of. Lung, she said calmly. Wei Dai. Er's eyes lit up when she heard her brother's words. 2 days later, in a valley not far from the Illusion Valley, a young man with a tiger skin wrapped around his upper body, a saber and a sword hanging on his back, and a stalk of hay in his mouth. He rode on a handsome golden wind wolf. The only unfortunate thing was that the wind wolf's tail was broken, and there were many scars on its body. The scars had already started to swell, but it still affected its overall beauty. The young man and the wolf leisurely walked on the mountain path, and some of the low-grade spiritual beasts that smelled the wind wolf's aura fled in fear. Xiao Jin, how much longer do you think it will take to reach the Illusion Valley? The young man, sitting on the wind wolf, asked lazily. The wind wolf used its consciousness to transmit a message. If we run at full speed, we should be able to reach in half a day. Then hurry up and bring me there, the young man urged. Master, I'm hungry again. Can you give me something to eat first? The wind wolf asked with a gloomy face. You glutton, you've already eaten 5 antelopes, 3 saber-toothed tigers, and 2 snakes these past 2 days. Isn't that enough? The young man unhappily patted the wind wolf's head. The wind wolf replied innocently, To recover from my injuries, of course I have to eat more. It paused for a moment, then raised its eyes and said, Master, there's a powerful fellow in front of us, and its strength is about the same as mine. However, this is its territory, so I'm afraid we're not its match. The young man became vigilant and asked, What's its background? It's a giant flower lizard, the wind wolf replied. Then it cried out, Oh no, master, we've been discovered. Then why aren't you running? The young man anxiously patted the wolf's head. However, just as he finished speaking, a group of giant lizards that resembled both snakes and dragons appeared in front of them. There were close to 100 of them, and each of them was 5 to 6 meters long. Their bodies were covered with patterns, and they looked extremely ferocious and mysterious. The giant flower lizard in the lead was 8 meters long, and it swallowed its long tongue. It glared at the young man and the wolf with its huge eyes, sending a strong signal of hostility. The young man nervously asked the wind wolf, What is it saying? The wind wolf bared its fangs at the giant flower lizard as it sent a message. It says that this is its territory, and it wants us to leave immediately. Otherwise, it'll eat us. The young man thought for a moment before saying, Tell it that we're just passing by and have no ill intentions. Let's see if it'll let us pass. The wind wolf understood, and it continuously growled at the giant flower lizard. After the 2 spiritual beasts communicated for a while, the wind wolf finally sent a message to the young man. It says that it's fine, but forbids us from eating any of the giant flower lizards or picking any of the spiritual plants here. The young man smiled. Promise it that we won't destroy a single blade of grass or tree here. He thought to himself, This ugly little lizard is pretty smart, and it saved me a lot of trouble. Chapter 65. Ling Xiao was sitting on top of the golden wind wolf. Ever since he had subdued the golden wolf king, he had been in an extremely good mood. He had ridden the golden wolf king all the way from Wolfang Valley to the giant flower lizard's territory. With the golden wolf king's powerful aura, none of the spirit beasts dared to block its path. Instead, as soon as they smelled the golden wolf king's aura, they hurriedly scurried away. Furthermore, the golden wolf king was extremely familiar with the outskirts of the mountain range, so it didn't need Ling Xiao to take the route. As soon as Ling Xiao mentioned the illusionary valley, the golden wolf king took a shortcut with Ling Xiao, saving him a lot of time. What made Ling Xiao even happier was that he had obtained quite a few precious spirit grasses along the way, including 3 low-tier second spirit grasses. This was a bountiful harvest. Ling Xiao and his golden wolf king carefully passed through the giant flower lizard's territory under the watchful eyes of the giant flower lizard. The giant flower lizard kept its promise and didn't launch any sudden attacks. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh to himself. Communication between spirit beasts was truly convenient, and they were much cuter than humans. At the very least, they wouldn't go back on their word. After passing through the giant flower lizard's territory, the Golden Wolf King sent a telepathic message. Master, that guy just said that 3 days ago there were humans who passed by here. Some of them were eaten by them, and some of them escaped towards the Illusion Valley. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and sank into deep thought. Could it be that my good sister has already brought people to the Illusionary Valley? I wonder if they've already discovered the secret realm? The good sister in Ling Xiao's heart was naturally Wei Dyer, who he had met once before. Xiao Jin, go at full speed and get to the Illusionary Valley as soon as possible. Ling Xiao shouted as if he was riding a horse. The Golden Wolf King felt wronged as it started running. Master, I'm hungry. Hungry my ass. I'll let you eat your fill once we get to the Illusionary Valley. Ling Xiao slapped the wolf's head. The Golden Wolf King had no choice but to run with all its might. It was as fast as lightning, much faster than Ling Xiao's cloud shadow. Half a day later, in front of the Illusory Valley, dozens of mercenaries from the Green Wolves mercenary group were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Some were drinking and chatting, some were roasting meat, and some were cultivating alone. The Golden Wolf and a few high-level profound practitioners were roasting beast meat in a remote place while discussing something in a low voice. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Captain and the others have already entered the 3rd day, but there's still no sign of them. I'm afraid, Jean Lang said in a low voice, his eyes carefully observing the reactions of a few high-leveled profound practitioners. These high-level profound practitioners had pretty good prestige in the group, and they all had the potential to break through to the Mystic Knight rank. Jean Lang had been planning these past few days to pull them into the cage. If Qing Lang and the others really couldn't come out, the position of group leader would definitely belong to him. Although the Green Wolf Regiment was not as strong as it used to be, he believed that as long as he, the Golden Wolf, was around, they would be able to slowly recover their previous strength. A high-level, profound practitioner side. Once you fall into the illusion, there's a slim chance of survival. Captain is too impulsive. Another person said, although that's the case, Captain Feng escaped from here, so I believe that there must be a way out. Captain and the others will definitely be able to return smoothly. But we can't keep waiting like this. Everyone's water and wine are almost gone, and we don't know when the spirit beasts will come out to attack. Didn't we suddenly lose a few brothers last night? If this goes on, I'm afraid that we'll all die here before the captain and the others come out. Yeah, we really can't continue like this. But we can't disobey the captain's orders. If we leave without permission, when the captain comes out in the future, I'm afraid, when these words were said, everyone became silent. They had all seen Qing Lang's strength and methods. If they left without permission, it would be fine if Qing Lang died in the Illusory Valley, but if he could come out alive, they would probably not have a good ending. At this time, Jean Lang opened his mouth again. I have a good idea. Not only will the captain not blame us, but everyone can also leave safely now. Captain Jean, we'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you say. A high-leveled, profound practitioner who had a good relationship with Jean Lang replied. The others all nodded in agreement. Currently, Jean Lang was the strongest here, and he was usually the 3rd strongest person in the group. His words naturally had the most influence. Jean Lang whispered, since everyone listens to me, I suggest that we leave first and return to the relay station to rest. If the captain can come out and find us, I'll explain to the group that we were attacked by the giant flower lizards and that we had no choice but to leave. I believe that the captain won't blame us. Could it be that he wants us to be attacked by those giant flower lizards and die? Although we've lied to him, I'm doing this for the sake of everyone's safety. If you agree, then go and tell everyone else. If you don't agree, then just treat it as a fart. Everyone, continue to wait here for the leader and the others to come out. The few high-leveled, profound practitioners fell silent for a while. The high-leveled, profound practitioner who had responded to Jean Lang took the lead and said, I think Captain Jin's words are reasonable. Does the captain have the heart to let us wait here and die? The other high-level, profound practitioners glanced at each other and nodded in succession. Lang couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. At the same time, he prayed that Lang and the others would not come out of the illusory valley. At this time, a cry of alarm came from not far away. Not good! There's a mountain pangolin. All of the Green Wolf mercenaries picked up their weapons and rushed towards the source of the cry. Lang cursed inwardly at their bad luck. He had no choice but to be the first to say, "Let's go together." Then he took the lead and rushed over. The few high-leveled, profound practitioners also hurriedly chased after him. A fat mountain pangolin's sharp mouth had pierced through a mercenary's body and was sucking the mercenary's flesh and blood. This was the mountain pangolin that had ambushed the cold snake's siblings. The corner of its eyes still had scars left behind by them, and its body was also covered in sword wounds. However, none of them had injured any vital parts. Damn beast eye! The golden wolf took the lead, and his golden sword shot out a few rays of golden light towards the pangolin. Everyone knew that the mountain pangolin was slow and its attacks were weak, so Lang wasn't afraid to fight it. The mountain pangolin flung its dried-up corpse, and a few clumps of mud came out of its mouth and collided with the golden light. Boom! At this time, the mountain pangolin took the opportunity to burrow into the ground. When it reappeared, it was already at the feet of a mercenary and dragged him into the ground. The mercenary only let out a scream before disappearing in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked and quickly found a tree to climb up. Damned bastard. He definitely came prepared. Lang couldn't help but spit. When a mountain pangolin appeared again, it had no target to attack and had no choice but to burrow out of the ground and ram into a tree in an attempt to knock it down and let the people below come down. Lang immediately spread out his body and attacked the mountain pangolin, slashing a few times on its body. Ding ding dang dang. The sword in his hand was a low-level second-tier weapon, but when it hit the mountain pangolin, other than making a series of clashing sounds, it couldn't cut into its flesh. The mountain pangolin's armor was comparable to a high-level second-tier weapon. If he could kill the mountain pangolin and obtain its armor, he could sell it for tens of thousands of gold coins. It was the best material to refine mid or even high-level second-tier gloves and armor. The mountain pangolin was attacked from behind and quickly swung its tail. Lang couldn't retreat in time, and the tail fiercely smashed into his body, sending him flying more than 10 meters away and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone attacked together. "Kill this bastard." A high-leveled, profound practitioner cried out and slashed at the mountain pangolin with a large blade. The rest of the mercenaries jumped down from the trees and raised their weapons to attack the mountain pangolin. They had all experienced life and death and knew that at this moment, only by being united could they not be defeated one by one. The attacks of dozens of profound practitioner mercenaries were comparable to a few low-leveled profound practitioners, forcing the mountain pangolin to retreat step by step. It occasionally used its body and elemental attacks to take the lives of a few mercenaries. A sharp-eyed mercenary shouted, "Everyone, quickly attack its eyes. It has an old injury." These words shocked all the mercenaries. One after another, sword rays, blade shadows, spears attacked the mountain pangolin's eyes. The mountain pangolin let out a strange cry and immediately turned around to escape into the nearby hills. "Go away, let me do it!" Lang regained his breath and shouted loudly. His entire body bounced up, and the Xian energy in his body gathered on the tip of his sword. A powerful golden ray of light pierced towards the pangolin's eyes. GG. The mountain pangolin didn't have time to retreat into the ground this time, and was injured by the golden light. Its sharp beak let out a sharp and ear-piercing sound. "It's blind." Everyone worked together to chop it to death. Lang's attack had succeeded, and he couldn't help shouting in excitement. The mercenaries' morale rose and attacked the mountain pangolin with all their strength. Although the mountain pangolin's defense was abnormal, it couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of so many weapons. Not long after, the mountain pangolin lost its direction and kept running around. It didn't know where to go into the belly of the mountain, and was cut down by dozens of mercenaries. Good job, everyone. Cut off this damned mountain pangolin's armor and keep its sharp beak. Everyone, eat its meat. Once we're full, we'll go back and wait for the captain to return. Jinlang commanded as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. His mood had become extremely heroic, as if he could already see the moment he became the captain. The mercenaries didn't want to stay here and wait. When they heard Jinlang shout, they immediately agreed in unison. Go back and wait for the leader. Go back and wait for the leader. On a hill not far away, a man and a wolf were overlooking everything that had happened here. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Xiao Jin, why don't we go down and join in the fun? The Golden Wolf King said, Master, I should eat, or I won't have the strength to fight. You glutton, you're so stupid. Isn't that mountain pangolin's meat the most delicious? Don't you want to eat it? Ling Xiao patted the wolf's head and lightly scolded. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the Golden Wolf King revealed a greedy expression and said, Master is right. I'll go down and snatch it. As soon as it said this, it immediately carried Ling Xiao down the hill. Hee, it's time for revenge. Ling Xiao looked at the mighty golden wolf and coldly smiled. Chapter 66. The mercenaries of the Green Wolf Gang used their weapons to quickly dissect the pangolin beast corpse. Dozens of pieces of beast armor were piled up in front of the golden wolf, as well as a jaw that was as sharp as a sword. These were the most valuable parts of the pangolin beast. The golden wolf's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at the armor. It was as if he was looking at a huge fortune before him. Captain Jean, look over there. A high-grade cultivator pointed in the direction Ling Xiao and the others had come from. The golden wolf came back to his senses and looked in the direction the high-grade, profound practitioner was pointing. His heart trembled. It's actually that kid. How could he possibly have a spirit beast descend? I wonder if Lone Eagle is here? Solitary Eagle was stronger than him, and although he had the advantage in numbers, he didn't necessarily have the upper hand. That kid's methods were endless. When the Azure Wolf mercenaries saw Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King approaching, they immediately gathered around the Golden Wolf and waited for him to give the order. At the same time, they pointed at the man and the wolf. What kind of wolf is that? Why does it look like a wind wolf? It's just that it's gold instead of gray. It should be a mutated wind wolf. It looks like it's at least stage 2, and it's so strong. Are you stupid? How could a wind wolf above stage 2 be tamed by a youth? Maybe it's just a wild wolf that was raised since it was young. Have you seen such a big wild wolf before? It must be a spirit beast. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King arrived in front of them and smiled. It's a small world. We meet again, Golden Wolf. The Golden Wolf snorted, Brat, I didn't go look for you, but you still dared to come here. Do you really think my Azure Wolf mercenaries are vegetarians? He couldn't tell if Solitary Eagle was nearby, and the Golden Wolf King in front of him made him feel an oppressive fear. He couldn't believe that the youth in front of him could tame a stage 2 spirit beast. Ling Xiao looked at the Golden Wolf and the group behind him with disdain. I don't know if the Azure Wolves mercenaries are vegetarian, but I do know that you will die today. The rest of you should be tactful and leave otherwise. Don't blame me for starting a massacre. Ling Xiao noticed with a single glance that besides the Golden Wolf, all the others were at the profounder realm, and they weren't a threat to him. So what if there were many of them? It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill them one by one with his speed. However, he felt that it was better for him not to kill too much. Heaven was a place that cherished all living things. If these words were to be heard by the people he killed, they would probably vomit blood on the road to the Yellow Springs. Where did this wild kid come from? He's so arrogant. I'll kill you first. A high-level profounder shouted with displeasure, and then he raised his spear and stabbed it towards Ling Xiao. Old Yang, come back. Jinlang stopped him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before Ling Xiao could give the order, the Golden Wolf King leaped up and bit down on the high-ranking profounder's head with its huge mouth. In an instant, the head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Wolf King seemed to be extremely hungry, and it actually swallowed the high-ranking profounder in a few bites. When Ling Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He heavily punched the wolf's head and scolded, "Disgusting fellow, you're not allowed to eat people in the future. You're only allowed to kill. Do you hear me?" The Golden Wolf King swallowed a mouthful of blood and transmitted a message. "Master, I'm too hungry. There's nothing I can do." "Hungry? Hungry my ass. Once we get rid of this guy, there'll be a mountain piercer to eat. That big guy is enough to fill our stomachs," Ling Xiao said angrily. The Golden Wolf and the mercenaries behind him looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but be shocked. A high-level Xianxia practitioner was eaten in a single move. At this time, they were sure that this was a second-rank spirit beast, or else it wouldn't be so powerful. However, they really couldn't understand how a young man could defeat it. Could it be a spirit beast that had been raised since it was young? Was it even possible? Have you guys thought it over? I only have enmity with Jin Lang. If you guys stand on his side, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance to escape. My little Golden Wolf is very hungry. Ling Xiao lightly patted the Golden Wolf King's head as he spoke with a smile on his face. Those who didn't know Ling Xiao only thought that he was a kind and easygoing young man. Stop trying to incite people. We're all good brothers of the Azure Wolf group, and we'll live and die together. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He's only a high-ranking profounder. I'll deal with this wolf. Let's see if this Golden Wolf is stronger, or if the Golden Wolf, is stronger. Jin Lang coldly snorted and then brandished his golden sword towards the Golden Wolf King. "Go, Xiao Jin. Get rid of this fellow who dares to steal your name, and then we'll eat." Ling Xiao jumped off the Golden Wolf King, allowing it to face the Golden Wolf King. A few days ago, the Golden Wolf King had used up all of its energy and was beaten half to death by Ling Xiao. However, the Golden Wolf King had eaten the dew-returning pill that Ling Xiao had given it, and its injuries had mostly recovered. Spirit Beast's recovery abilities were much faster than humans, and although the Golden Wolf King's strength hadn't recovered to its peak, it was more than enough to deal with the Golden Wolf King that was one rank lower than it. Even if they were at the same rank, Spirit Beasts were stronger than humans, with the exception of Spirit Beasts that weren't good at attacking. Let's attack together and get rid of that brat. Once he's dead, that Spirit Beast won't listen to him anymore. A high-ranking profounder shouted as he raised his sword and charged towards Ling Xiao. The moment he attacked, a few other mercenaries also attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The others all focused their attention on the battle between their captain and the Golden Wolf King, because they all believed that the arrogant brat was dead for sure. The youth was only a high-ranking profounder, so how could he survive facing off against a high-ranking profounder and a few mid-ranking profounders? However, Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as them. In his eyes, these people were already dead. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm easy to bully? You just had to force this young master to start a massacre. What a sin." When the high-ranking profounder's sword slashed down, Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword was unsheathed, and with a flash of blue light, the sword fell. The body of the high-ranking profounder who had attacked Ling Xiao was immediately split into two, and blood splattered everywhere. The people who had followed behind immediately stopped in their tracks. They hadn't expected this youth to be so terrifying, and he had killed one of their high-ranking profounders with a single strike. Ling Xiao didn't stop after killing one person. His figure flashed, and the afterimages of his sword sped towards the others. They all brandished their weapons to resist and counterattack. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to waste any time here. He raised his speed to the extreme, and after a few strikes, none of the mercenaries survived. After killing these people, Ling Xiao didn't attack the mercenaries. Instead, he watched with interest as the Golden Wolf King killed the Golden Wolf. At this moment, the Golden Wolf waved his golden sword, and rays of golden light that resembled snakes and dragons continuously shot towards the Golden Wolf King. Boom! Boom! Countless dust flew up from the ground, and deep pits appeared one after another. Unfortunately, the Golden Wolf King's speed was as fast as lightning, and it dodged one after another. At the same time, it spat out balls of golden light towards the golden wolf. This light was even more dazzling than the golden wolf's profound energy, and the golden wolf dodged in an extremely sorry state. The golden wolf king took the opportunity to pounce, and its two front claws heavily smashed towards the golden wolf. The golden wolf king couldn't dodge in time, and its chest was scratched by the claws, leaving several bloody wounds. This time, he finally realized that this was definitely a wolf king with the strength of a high stage 2 second order. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. There was only one word in his mind: run. He didn't care about his stunned companions, and turned around to dash into the dense forest. Xiao Jin, if you let him escape, you're not allowed to eat for a day. Ling Xiao immediately ordered. The golden wolf king howled angrily a woo. Its huge body flashed, and a golden shadow disappeared on the spot and chased after the golden wolf. The mercenaries at the scene all came back to their senses. The only mystic knight among them, their current leader, actually ran away without them, and they were extremely disappointed in the golden wolf. Scram, while this young master is in a good mood, Ling Xiao impatiently shouted at the dozens of mercenaries. The mercenaries looked at the corpses around Ling Xiao, and some of them who were afraid of death started to retreat. In the end, fear won over everything, and they turned and ran without hesitation. Out of the dozens of mercenaries, only a dozen of them still didn't run. While his spirit beast hasn't returned, let's kill him together, and then we'll split the beast armor and run. A high-stage profound practitioner took the lead and shouted. The beast armor of the mountain pangolin was a good thing, and the dozens of mercenaries all revealed greedy expressions and raised their weapons to attack Ling Xiao. Stubborn. A fierce light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his body moved again, the blue crystal sword in his hand once again blossoming with demonic sword light. Every time the sword light streaked across, a mercenary would lose his life. One sword, one life. He was like a god of death, reaping the lives of these mercenaries who didn't know when to advance or retreat. When he reached the last one, that mercenary was so scared that his legs trembled, and he couldn't help but kneel down and beg for mercy. "Young master, spare me. Young master, spare." Before he could finish his second sentence, the heads were already separated. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he sheathed the blue crystal sword. At this time, the Golden Wolf King also ran back with a corpse in its mouth. The Green Wolves mercenary group's leader, Golden Wolf, had fallen. Ling Xiao noticed that the Golden Wolf King's golden sword had disappeared and immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King to bring it back. Thus, he began to inspect the spoils of war. These dead mercenaries would more or less have dew returning pills and chi nourishing pills, and he didn't have many left, so of course he had to treasure them. Other than collecting the pills, he also gathered the gold coins and weapons they had brought with them. If he brought them back to the city and sold them, it would be quite a bit of wealth. If he was alone, he might have to consider whether or not to bring these things. After all, it would be inconvenient to move around. But now that he had the Golden Wolf King as a mount, carrying these things wasn't a problem. The biggest harvest this time was the Golden Wolf King's low second-level gold sword, and the mountain pangolin's beast armor and a sharp beak. These were the most valuable things. In order to make a great contribution to the Golden Wolf King, Ling Xiao decided to barbecue meat for it to eat and not let it eat raw meat. Bursts of fragrant barbecued meat made the Golden Wolf King salivate nonstop. More than half of the several hundred kilograms of meat entered the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Ling Xiao also ate about 10 kilograms, and waves of powerful, profound energy kept flowing into his dantian. As expected, the higher the level of the spirit beast's meat, the more profound energy was absorbed. Ling Xiao looked at the little mountain pangolin meat and couldn't help but feel pained. "You glutton, don't you know how to save more for me?" The Golden Wolf King felt wronged. With such a big body, it must have eaten a lot, but it seemed like it was only 70% full. After drying the remaining mountain pangolin meat, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King began to advance towards the Illusion Valley in front of them. Chapter 67. The Illusion Valley was covered in layers of fog all year round, and even the sunlight could not disperse the layers of white fog. This was the most mysterious valley in the outer area of the desolate mountain range, and no one had ever dug out how this valley was formed. There was once an adventurer who had broken through to the Spirit Master level and relied on his strength to pass through the Illusion Valley and enter the inner area of the desolate mountain range. Unfortunately, that adventurer never returned. Since then, very few people dared to step into the Illusion Valley, even if they were powerful Spirit Masters. However, not long ago, the Green Wolves group and the Cold Snakes group, two large mercenary groups, accidentally entered the Illusion Valley. The last person escaped and drew a map that showed that there was a secret realm behind the Illusion Valley. As long as they passed through the Illusion Valley, they would be able to find the secret realm. This incident caused a war between the two large mercenary groups. The Green Wolves group destroyed the Cold Snakes group and chased after the leader and vice leader of the Cold Snakes group into the Illusion Valley. In the Illusion Valley, Lung Shi and Wei Dyer had finished the clean water and dried meat that they brought. The two of them were still holding rags in the valley, looking for a way out. They looked very anxious. If they could not find water and food, they would definitely starve to death in less than 5 days. Wei Dyer lost her usual charming demeanor and said to Lung Shi with a gloomy expression, "Big brother, we can't go on like this. What can we do? Are we just going to wait for death here?" Lung Shi roared impatiently. He began to regret coming to the secret realm. Could this secret realm map be a prank made by someone else? Wei Dyer knew that her big brother was in a bad mood and did not dare to speak anymore. Lung Shi looked at Wei Dyer's aggrieved expression and sighed. He patted her shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, little sister. Big brother is in a bad mood. Don't take it to heart." Wei Dyer said, "Why would little sister blame big brother? If it wasn't for little sister snatching this map back, we wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm the one who should say sorry." Lung Shi's expression was mournful as he said, "Don't blame yourself. If we don't die this time, after we destroy the Green Wolf Regiment, we'll find an aristocratic family to rely on. We won't have to live these days of fighting and killing anymore. It's also time for you to find a good family to marry." At the mention of marriage, a smiling face appeared in Wei Dyer's mind. It was her good brother, whom she had only met once. She said sadly in her heart, "Good brother, do you still remember me? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat me in this lifetime." "Why? Thinking of Frenzied Blade?" Lung Shi guessed. Frenzied Blade was the most capable person in Meteorite City who was pursuing Wei Dyer. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very powerful. Everyone thought that he was the only one who was worthy of Wei Dyer. It was a pity that Wei Dyer did not express anything. At this point, Lung Shi had misunderstood that Wei Dyer was thinking about Frenzied Blade. Wei Dyer shook her head, "No. Little sister, I know that you are very strong, but Frenzied Blade is not a bad person. He is just a little arrogant. I think the two of you are quite compatible," Lung Shi said lightly. "Big brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about how to leave this place." Wei Dyer was not willing to discuss this matter anymore, so she changed the topic. The two of them continued to walk forward, but they did not know that they were gradually walking into an even more dangerous place. Another group of people in the Illusory Valley, Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains were also in the same predicament. "Damn it, just how big is this valley? We have been walking for a few days, but we still haven't reached the end," Green Wolf cursed. Their team was considered strong, and some of the spirit beasts that came to attack them had died under their swords. This allowed them to at least have food to eat, unlike Lung Shi and his sister who did not have any dry rations. However, they also did not have clean water, and this was the same for everyone. At the side, Fire Wolf and the two captains also had ugly expressions. They regretted following Green Wolf here. They knew that once they entered the Illusory Valley, they would most likely die. If they continued to walk like this, they would probably suffocate to death. "What do you guys think we should do?" Green Wolf asked with a frown when he saw that the others were not saying anything. Fire Wolf muttered, "We can only continue walking in this direction. There is no other way. We can't distinguish north from south here, and even if we want to go back, it will be too late." "Isn't that as good as not saying anything?" Green Wolf said unhappily. Fire Wolf's face twitched, and he did not say anything else. "Captain, we all understand your feelings. I believe that under the captain's leadership, we will definitely be able to quickly walk out of the illusory valley," one of the captains said respectfully. "Damn it, I don't believe that this valley of yours is endless." Green Wolf cursed, and he moved forward at full speed. Fire Wolf and the two captains did not dare to delay and hurriedly chased after him. If they were also separated, then they would definitely die. Xianxia and the Golden Wolf King had just entered the illusory valley. Facing the layers of fog, they were also at a loss and did not know where to go. This ghost valley really is strange. Perhaps it's hiding some sort of secret. Otherwise, why would sunlight be unable to disperse the fog? Xianxia thought to himself as he sat on the wolf's back. "Xiao, run in that direction." Xianxia pointed in a direction and sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. After eating the mountain pangolin's meat, the Golden Wolf King's strength had recovered quite a bit. Without any delay, it ran in the direction Xianxia had pointed, its speed as fast as lightning. Half a day later, Xianxia and the Golden Wolf King entered the illusory valley and were attacked by a high-tier first-tier bloodthirsty bat. The bloodthirsty bats and the mountain pangolin were both spirit beasts that could move about in the illusory valley. Although they could not burrow underground like the mountain pangolin, they could use sound waves to distinguish directions and objects. They could freely hunt in the illusory valley. There were a total of 8 bloodthirsty bats attacking Xianxia and the Golden Wolf King. Every one of them was quite large. Their wings were estimated to be about 1.5 meters wide. Don't look down on their low level. The 2 fangs in their bloody mouths that contained deadly poison were quite terrifying. As long as the skin was bitten, even a mystic knight would find it difficult to survive. Xianxia ordered the Golden Wolf King to run as he attacked with both hands. With his sharp senses and fast reactions, he used the shadows of his swords to protect himself from being bitten by the bloodthirsty bats. "Damn it! Why are these fellows chasing us all the way?" Xianxia couldn't help cursing. He used his swords to force the 8 bloodthirsty bats to not dare approach. But these bats kept chasing them, making him extremely vexed. "Master, they're calling for their companions," warned the Golden Wolf King. "Damn, Xiao, stop. I'll get rid of these bats." Xianxia stopped the Golden Wolf King, and then with a shout, he jumped off its back and swung his blade at one of the bloodthirsty bats. The blade's light drowned out the bat that couldn't react in time, and a bloody mist exploded in the air. Xianxia only killed one before his body began to fall. At this time, the other 7 bloodthirsty bats saw that Xianxia had lost his balance and actually tried to bite at Xianxia at the same time. 7 black shadows covered the sky, their 7 pairs of fangs terrifying. "Don't think that this young master is easy to bully," Xianxia shouted. He waved his sword around to form a protective circle, preventing these bats from getting close. Just as Xianxia was about to hit the ground, the Golden Wolf King saw an opportunity and spat out a golden ball of light. The bloodthirsty bats seemed to be very afraid of light, and they all cried out and fled in all directions. But 2 of them weren't able to escape that quickly and were directly blown to pieces by the golden ball of light. "Good job, Xiao." Xianxia praised after landing. "Master, I'm hungry," the Golden Wolf King said very honestly. "Fuck, are you a pig? It's only been half a day and you're already hungry?" Xianxia was speechless. This Golden Wolf King had eaten too much. "Master, I'm a wolf, not a lowly pig. You glutton, do as you see fit here. I don't even know where to get food," scolded Xianxia. "Master, more bats are coming," warned the Golden Wolf King. This time, there were almost 20 bats. 2 of them were especially large, with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. They looked to be at least at the 2nd stage. "Oh woo!" The Golden Wolf King quickly entered battle mode. It bared its fangs as it looked at the approaching black shadow. Damn, these guys are really annoying. Xiao Jin, run. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the face of so many bloodthirsty bats. He jumped onto the Golden Wolf King's back and ordered. The Golden Wolf King started running again, and the bloodthirsty bats followed it like a shadow. Although the Golden Wolf King was fast, flying spiritual beasts had an advantage in this aspect. The Golden Wolf King couldn't shake off the bloodthirsty bat's pursuit and had no choice but to stop again. As soon as it stopped, one of the leading bloodthirsty bats attacked. The Golden Wolf King spat out another elemental attack, scaring the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats into fleeing. Only the two leading bloodthirsty bats weren't afraid of the golden light. Seeing this, Ling Xiao put away his blade and sword and picked up the low-tier second-stage golden sword from the Golden Wolf King. In the Misty Valley, the golden sword was exceptionally dazzling. Some of the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats that wanted to attack Ling Xiao didn't dare to get close. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice. At the same time, he circulated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, and a faint yellow halo covered his body. He then sent a message to the Golden Wolf King, telling it to circulate its defensive force as well. A layer of golden light rose from the golden fur of the Golden Wolf King. The glittering light made it look especially noble and unusual. In a moment, all the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats had fled. Only the two Class 2 bloodthirsty bats didn't give up and continued to attack with sound waves. Ling Xiao's mind was in a mess, and his ears were ringing nonstop. He felt like fainting. "Awoo! Awoo!" The Golden Wolf King howled repeatedly, its voice shaking the ground and scattering the bloodthirsty bats' sound waves. Damn it! Ling Xiao regained his clarity of mind and was extremely angry. With a roar, he jumped off the Golden Wolf King's back and slashed at one of the bloodthirsty bats with his golden sword. The Golden Wolf King wasn't slow either. 3 golden beams shot out at the other bloodthirsty bat. The Class 2 bloodthirsty bat's reaction was much faster than the Class 1 bloodthirsty bat's, but it was still injured by Ling Xiao's sword. The other bloodthirsty bat dodged 2 golden beams, but the last one injured one of its wings. The 2 bloodthirsty bats let out a strange cry and didn't dare to stay any longer. They disappeared into the fog. Chapter 68. Seeing the bats retreat, Ling Xiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Although the attacks of these bats weren't that great, they were too difficult to deal with. There were too many of them, and they were poisonous. Once touched, it would be quite troublesome. After walking for another half a day, the Golden Wolf King didn't even need to hunt for food. A mid-tier, second-grade specter leopard came to his door. The specter leopard had a pair of night vision eyes, so it wasn't a problem for it in the Misty Valley. Ling Xiao was much calmer when he encountered the specter leopard again. He didn't try to ambush it like he did when they first entered the mountain range. He didn't even need to do anything. The Golden Wolf King had already killed the specter leopard. Ling Xiao took the leopard's skin and fangs and gave the rest to the Golden Wolf King. He also ate quite a bit himself and dried one of the 3 portions. In this valley where visibility was only a few meters, Ling Xiao didn't know how long he would have to walk. He had to be careful and preserve the food first. If he couldn't find any spirit beasts, it would be terrible. He could hold on for a while, but the Golden Wolf King couldn't. Just as he described, it was a glutton and couldn't do without food. It was impossible to tell when it was day and night. In short, it was a vast expanse of whiteness throughout the day and night. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King didn't know how long they had walked. They only felt tired and found a place to rest. Ling Xiao scratched his head as he thought of a solution. This can't go on. I have to think of something. Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, have you been here before? Do you know how long it will take to pass through?" Ling Xiao didn't know about the psychedelic valley's notoriety, or else he wouldn't have barged in. The Golden Wolf King played with its 2 front paws and said, "I haven't been here before. Almost every valley in the mountain range has a powerful spirit beast guarding their territory. Other than some free areas, we won't take the risk of intruding into other people's territory. If that's the case, then it looks like we can only keep going." Ling Xiao sighed. Master, as far as I know, once we pass through here, we'll reach the depths of the mountain range. There are many powerful existences there, and even I'm afraid of them. The Golden Wolf King revealed a human-like expression of fear. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that there were even more powerful spirit beasts in the deeper parts of the mountain range. Any one of them was much stronger than the Golden Wolf King, so it was normal for it to be afraid. Do you have any way to get me through here? Ling Xiao could only ask the Golden Wolf King. He knew that spirit beasts lived in nature and had the ability to distinguish directions that humans didn't. Perhaps the Golden Wolf King could take him away from here as soon as possible. I don't know where to go from here, the Golden Wolf King said. Just as Ling Xiao was about to go crazy, it said, "But I have a way." "What is it?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask in delight. "I'll open my third eye. I should be able to see through the fog," said the Golden Wolf King. "Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and open it now," urged Ling Xiao. The Golden Wolf King continued, "But I can only open my third eye once a month. I've already opened it once this month, so I can only open it again next month." Hearing that, Ling Xiao completely fainted. "Fuck you, useless glutton." Ling Xiao jumped up and viciously kicked the Golden Wolf King's butt. The Golden Wolf King felt wronged. It didn't even know how it had angered its master. After resting for 4 hours, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King continued on their way. Ling Xiao lay on the Golden Wolf King's back, allowing it to run as it pleased. If it was a normal day, anyone would feel that this was a very carefree and leisurely life and would definitely yearn for it. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem happy at all. Instead, he seemed to be at a loss. He felt like he had been running for 2 days. With the Golden Wolf King's speed, who knew how many mountains they could run through in 2 days? But this illusion valley seemed to have no end. Aside from the occasional spirit beasts that would come to attack them, they were passing their time in solitude. How could he be happy? Sigh, even with the map, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out of here unless an old horse leads the way. Ling Xiao muttered to himself in distress. Suddenly, Ling Xiao had an idea. That's right, an old horse knows the way. Why don't I find an old horse to lead the way? Really, haha, this young master is really smart. After thinking of this idea, Ling Xiao immediately said to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, don't bite a spirit beast to death next time. Let it lead the way for us." It turned out that Ling Xiao was planning to use the spirit beasts that lived in the Illusion Valley to lead the way for him. This idea seemed to be quite good, as the spirit beasts that lived in the Illusion Valley were very familiar with this place. Not long after, a large, snow-white spider appeared. Its long claws were like sickles, and its body was like a small mountain. It made Ling Xiao and the 3-meter-long Golden Wolf King feel insignificant. Ling Xiao thought that apart from its large size, this spider's strength shouldn't be that great. It would be a good idea to let it lead the way, so he immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, deal with it but don't kill it." The Golden Wolf King roared at the spider that was waving its sickle claws and continuously retreated. It then sent a message to Ling Xiao. "Master, it's stronger than me. I'm not its match." "What?" Ling Xiao turned pale with fright. At this moment, the white spider spat out something that attacked them. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King's reaction was fast enough, and it managed to dodge. It turned out that what it spat out was a white net-like object. This was the silk in its mouth. As long as it touched them, even the Golden Wolf King wouldn't be able to escape. "What are you waiting for? Run." Ling Xiao immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Wolf King raised its speed to its maximum and instantly ran away. Damn, that was a peak tier 2 snow spider just now. No wonder even Xiao Jin was afraid of it. Ling Xiao realized that the white spider didn't follow them and couldn't help but pat his chest as he thought about the origins of spiders. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King finally caught a low-tier 2 three-tailed demon fox to lead the way. Under the threat of the Golden Wolf King, the three-tailed demon fox obediently led Ling Xiao and the others into the depths of the Illusion Valley. There were already two people who had arrived at the depths of the Illusion Valley. It was Xianxia and Wei Dai. By the time they got here, they were already exhausted. Unfortunately, what awaited them was not the end of the illusory valley, but a gigantic tree that towered into the sky. This tree was several times larger than any of the other trees in the mountain range. The trunk of this tree would probably require a dozen or so people to wrap their arms around it. From the looks of it, this was an old demon tree that was at least 10,000 years old. Is this the end? Wei Dai asked weakly. I don't know either, but this tree looks a little strange. Xianxia shook his head and replied. At this time, the two of them placed their attention on the tree. They kept sizing up this rare giant tree to see if there were any fruits to eat to quench their thirst. When they saw the two spots of green light on the tree, their expressions froze. Then, they saw that both of their eyes were red with anger. Damn green wolf, hand over your life. You killed all the brothers of my Xianxia group. I will make you pay with your life. Xianxia looked at the empty space in front of him, but the image of green wolf appeared in his eyes. He pulled out his sword and swung it. Black wolf, you're not dead. Wei Dai. Her situation was similar to her brother's, but the image of Black Wolf appeared in her eyes. Black Wolf seemed to have come back to life and was looking for her to take revenge. Then, the two of them seemed to have lost their minds as they slashed and attacked their surroundings. Near the siblings, Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains seemed to have heard the commotion. Over there, Green Wolf's senses were the strongest. He immediately dashed over. The others followed closely behind him. The four of them came to the front of the tree. When they saw the siblings, they could not help but be delighted. I've finally found the two of you. I'm going to kill the two of you to take revenge for my brother. Green Wolf shouted when he saw Xianxia and Wei Dai. He wanted to kill the two of them. Captain, please wait. They seem to be in trouble. Fire Wolf pulled Green Wolf's hand in time and said, Are they cultivating? One of the captains sneered. At this time, Green Wolf calmed down. Looking at the siblings who were waving their swords, he also felt that something was wrong with them. They might be under some kind of sorcery. Everyone be careful. Fire Wolf's brain worked quickly, and he quickly reminded everyone. For a moment, the four of them were on their guard. They kept looking around. Other than the fog, there was only the giant tree. They did not find anything at all. They could not help but put their attention on the giant tree. Suddenly, they saw a green light at the same time. Just like the siblings, they entered the image of revenge. Wei Dai, you stinking brat. How dare you kill my brother? I'll let you die a horrible death. Green Wolf saw the sexy look of Wei Dai. She seemed to be provoking him. This made him angry. He took out his dragon, slaying blade, and swung it. In Fire Wolf's eyes, an adventurer whom he had ambushed and killed before appeared. The other party's strength was above his. He was so scared that he threw his long spear on the ground and knelt down to beg for mercy. The other two captains of the Green Wolf clan also appeared in different images. They were also waving their weapons like madmen. For a moment, the surroundings were bombarded with powerful Mystic Knight-level Xian energy attacks. The scene was unbelievable. Could they be under some kind of sorcery? With the three-tailed fox leading the way, Xianxia and the Golden Wolf King quickly arrived in front of the giant tree. Looking at the mess in front of them and the people who were waving their weapons, they were stunned. What the hell is going on? Are they holding a martial arts show here? Xianxia muttered to himself in confusion. Suddenly, he saw Wei Dai. He smiled happily and said, Good sister, I've finally found you. Unfortunately, Wei Dai, who did not respond to him. She was still waving her long sword. Rays of fire shot out and turned the ground into a few big pits. What's going on? Xianxia seemed to have realized something, and his expression became serious. At this moment, Green Wolf waved the dragon-slaying blade and slashed at Wei Dai's back. She was about to die. Xianxia screamed and threw the golden sword in his hand. Clang! Just as the dragon-slaying blade was about to hit Wei Dai, the golden sword deflected the blade, and Wei Dai was not injured. Damn it! Who could tell me what's going on? Xianxia cursed. However, the crowd did not react at all and continued to hack and attack randomly. Something must be wrong. Xianxia was confused and became alert. Just as Ling Xiao was about to look at the giant tree, the Golden Wolf King roared angrily, "A woo!" Chapter 69. Xiao Jin, what's wrong? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. There's a sinister fellow over there that can confuse the minds of you humans. They should have been bewitched by that fellow, the Golden Wolf King said as it blocked Ling Xiao and bared its fangs at the giant tree. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, is that fellow very strong? Can you take care of it? It shouldn't be very strong, but I can't get it to come down from the tree, the Golden Wolf King replied. Idiot! Can't you use an elemental attack to knock it down? Ling Xiao shouted as he knocked on the Golden Wolf King's head. He then looked at Wei Dai and saw that she was in danger of being accidentally injured again. Xiao Jin, hurry up and deal with that fellow on the tree. I'll go and save her, he shouted. Ling Xiao shot out from the wolf's back and rushed towards Wei Dai. Seeing that Wei Dai was hit by another leader of the Green Wolf Gang, Ling Xiao slashed at the space between the two of them. Boom! Ling Xiao's attack deflected the two's attacks. Then he flashed behind Wei Dai and slashed at the back of her neck, knocking her out. Ling Xiao caught Wei Dai's body and smelled the faint virgin fragrance coming from her. He looked at the majestic bulge in front of her chest and was intoxicated. He couldn't help but praise in his heart, "Sister smells so good." At this moment, Lung Shi, who had lost his mind, swung his sword at Ling Xiao. Hey, brother, calm down, Ling Xiao said as he quickly carried Wei Dai away from the group of people who had lost their minds. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King had already arrived in front of the giant tree, and a few golden rays of light shot towards the trunk of the giant tree. Boom, boom, boom. A shadow let out a strange cry and jumped up the tree. The Golden Wolf King didn't know how to climb trees, and its elemental attack wasn't that high either, so it could only howl from below. At this moment, the group of people who were attacking randomly relaxed and fell to the ground. What's going on? Lung Shi sat on the ground, panting heavily. Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains were also panting heavily, sweat continuously flowing down their faces. Their minds were filled with unknown question marks, just like Lung Shui. Qing Lang, Huo Lang. Lung Shi was the first to see Qing Lang and the others. He immediately got up and charged at them. Unfortunately, he fell down before he could steady himself. Cold Snake, Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains reacted at the same time. Everyone did not have the strength to continue fighting, so they took out dew-returning pills and qi nourishing pills and swallowed them, then began to sit cross-legged to recover their profound energy. At this moment, Lung Shi also wanted to meditate, but he suddenly thought of Wei Dai. Little sister, where are you? Lung Shi looked around in panic. He was extremely anxious. Wei Dai was his only relative. If anything were to happen to her, he would definitely feel terrible. Suddenly, he saw a young man dressed in animal skin holding a woman in his arms. Wasn't that his little sister, Wei Dai? Who are you? Quickly put my little sister down. Lung Shi stabbed his sword into the ground, slowly stood up and shouted at Ling Xiao. She's your sister? Ling Xiao was stunned. He pointed at Wei Dai in his arms and asked. Lung Shi took the qi nourishing pill, and his profound energy was gradually recovering. He nodded and slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. Sir, please put my sister down, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Hee, so it's Big Brother. Don't be angry, we're all family. You should sit down and recover your profound energy. They'll recover very soon. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. He smiled and said to Lung Shi. Lung Shi was not in the mood to care about this. He said to Ling Xiao, who's family with you? What did you do to my little sister? Don't worry, she's fine. She just fainted. I'll help you wake her up. Ling Xiao comforted him, then grabbed Wei Dai's smooth and slender hand and transferred his profound energy to her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, how smooth and soft. Wei Dai, who was unconscious, let a soft cry and woke up. Good sister, you're awake. Do you still remember your good little brother? Ling Xiao asked, still hugging Wei Dai's delicate body. Wei Dai looked at the handsome face in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. Am I dreaming? Little brother, why are you here? Wei Dai's delicate hand touched Ling Xiao's face. She thought she was dreaming, because she didn't believe that Ling Xiao would appear in the Illusion Valley. However, when she touched Ling Xiao's face, her delicate hand trembled, her body bounced up, and she asked loudly, "Why are you here?" Wei Dai had just used up all her profound energy, and before she could stand up, her body went limp, and she was about to fall down. Ling Xiao pulled Wei Dai into his arms again and said, "Don't be too excited, sister. I came all the way here to find you in my own free will. Please don't be too touched. Just give me a kiss or two as a reward." When Wei Dai heard Ling Xiao's shameless words, her heart felt like it was flowing into a sweet spring. She finally believed that the young man in front of her was the young master of the Ling family that she had met once before. At this moment, Shi came to Ling Xiao's side and said to Wei Dai, "Little sister, quickly take the pill. Qing Lang and the rest are here." Since you know that we are here, just accept your death." Qing Lang suddenly stood up. His aura had already recovered by 80%. Then, Huo Lang and the other two team leaders also stood up. They were all confused and used up a lot of their profound energy. If not for the appearance of Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King, they would have continued to attack until they died of exhaustion. Ling Xiao had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. He didn't know who Green Wolf and the others were. If he knew that the people in front of him were the leaders of the Green Wolf gang, he would have killed them first before thinking of a way to save Wei Dai. If the opportunity was missed, it would not come again. Qing Lang and the rest had recovered their profound energy. Long Shi and Wei Dai were in trouble, and Ling Xiao could not stay out of this. Wei Dai broke free from Ling Xiao's embrace and swallowed 2 pills, hoping to recover her profound energy as soon as possible. Long Shi had also taken the pills, but it was a pity that he did not meditate in time, and his speed of absorption was not as fast as Qing Lang and the rest. He had only recovered 30 to 40% of his profound energy, and it would be dangerous for him to fight against a low-level mystic cultivator, let alone a high-level mystic cultivator like Qing Lang. "I didn't expect that you, Qing Lang, would dare to enter the Illusion Valley. Even if you can kill us, I'm afraid you won't be able to live for long," Long Shi said with a sullen face. He wanted to buy some time to recover his profound energy. "Haha, we'll naturally be able to find a way out after we kill all of you," Green Wolf said as he laughed maniacally. He then looked at Wei Dai with a lustful gaze. "However, before that, I'll let you enjoy a good show." After he finished laughing, he dashed towards Wei Dai at an astonishing speed. "Not good, little sister, run." Long Shi sensed something, and his expression changed. He immediately shouted and tried to block with his sword. Unfortunately, Huo Lang blocked in front of Long Shi. "Long Shi, your opponent is me." Seeing that Wei Dai was about to be caught by Qing Lang, someone else was faster than Qing Lang and grabbed Wei Dai to the side, causing Qing Lang to pounce on empty air. "Little brat, you're courting death." Qing Lang finally noticed Ling Xiao, but when he saw that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator, he was furious. A mere mystic cultivator dared to ruin his plans. He was simply courting death. How old are you, sir? You actually dare to have designs on my sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You should know your place." Ling Xiao held Wei Dai with one hand as he sneered at Green Wolf. "You have a sharp tongue. I'll send you on your way first." Qing Lang's face turned cold, and his body sped up again towards Ling Xiao. His palm turned into a claw, and he clawed at Ling Xiao's face. Wei Dai cried out nervously, "Hurry up and leave. Don't bother about me." Even though she had only met Ling Xiao once, Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on her. Don't be fooled by his playful appearance. Who would have thought that he was actually pretending to be stupid to lure others into his trap? She had a deep understanding of this point. Furthermore, she still couldn't forget his shocking methods. She didn't know when he had quietly left his shadow in her heart. Qing Lang's claw was about to reach Ling Xiao's face, but he still did not move. In the eyes of others, it was as if he had been scared stiff by Qing Lang and could not move at all. At this moment, a golden light sped towards Qing Lang. Qing Lang did not expect that there would be a sneak attack from the side, and he was caught off guard. His entire body was hit hard. Boom! Ah! Qing Lang screamed as he flew more than 10 meters away. Everyone looked at this sudden scene in confusion. A golden shadow appeared beside Ling Xiao. "Xiao Jin, well done." Ling Xiao smiled and caressed the head of the Golden Wolf King with one hand. The Golden Wolf King had a fawning look on its face as it kept rubbing its body against Ling Xiao. Wei Dai, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, was frightened by the appearance of the Golden Wolf King. However, when she saw that Ling Xiao was actually kissing and caressing its head, and the Golden Wolf King was acting like a pet trying to please its master, she could not think straight. Qing Lang crawled up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a few more pills and sat down cross-legged. He did not have time to be surprised by the sudden appearance of the Golden Wolf King, because if he did not treat his injuries soon, he would die here. The two captains of the Green Wolf clan quickly stood beside Qing Lang to protect him. Huo Lang did not dare to continue to cause trouble for Lung, Shi, and also retreated to Qing Lang's side to protect him. Their expressions became more solemn, as if the situation was already beyond their expectations. Ling Xiao patted Wei Dai's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, sister. This is brother's mount, Xiao Jin. Sit down and recover your profound energy. With brother here, no one can hurt sister." Wei Dai's body trembled slightly as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look in her eyes. Then, a flirtatious smile appeared on her face, and she said, "Then I'll have to trouble brother to protect sister." After saying that, Wei Dai nodded at her brother, and the two of them sat down to recover their profound energy. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask the Golden Wolf King, "Did you kill the guy on the tree?" The Golden Wolf King said, "It escaped to the tree. I couldn't blast it down." "Useless guy." Ling Xiao kicked the Golden Wolf King, then frowned and muttered to himself, "There must be something strange here." While both sides were on guard against each other, an astonishing change happened to the giant tree. When everyone realized it, everyone was in a desperate situation. Chapter 70. On the towering tree, a pair of green eyes were looking down at the people below. This pair of green eyes belonged to a spirit beast that was only half a meter tall. This spirit beast had the appearance of a human infant, and its head was extremely large. Its green eyes took up half of its entire face. It didn't have a nose, only a large mouth and a pair of pointy elf-like ears. Its weak body was covered in long green fur, and its overall appearance was very strange and ugly. This spirit beast kept jumping on the tree for a while and revealed a fierce look. It opened its big mouth and chirped something. Both of its hands patted the tree as if it was giving some instructions. In the next moment, the giant tree actually responded. The branches on the tree trunk were like vines, and they actually began to spread and grow. The speed of their growth was so fast that it was astounding. In an instant, they had grown to half a meter long. Under the tree, Lung, Shi, and Wei Dai recovered. "Big brother, do you want some?" Ling Xiao had a fawning smile on his face as he passed the dried meat in his hand to Lung Shi. Lung Shi looked at Ling Xiao and Wei Dai and said, "If you have water, give me a few mouthfuls." "Yes, yes." Ling Xiao quickly nodded and took out a water bag from his waist and passed it to Lung Shi. Lung Shi drank a few mouthfuls and passed the water bag to Wei Dai. Wei Dai also drank it without hesitation. Both of them had not drunk water for 2 to 3 days, and the water bag was emptied in a short while. On the other side, Qing Lang had also finished his meditation. However, his Xian energy was not fully recovered. The attack from the Golden Wolf King had caused him quite a bit of internal injury. Although he had taken the due returning pill, it could not be instantly effective. Right now, he could only use 70% of his Xian energy. However, he was not afraid of Lung Shi and the others. He and Huo Lang were both high-level Xian cultivators, while Lung, she was the only high-level Xian cultivator. As long as one of them could keep Xianxia busy, the others and the Golden Wolf King would not be a threat. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he had not used. "Leader, are you all right?" Hualang asked with concern. That damn bastard. I'll definitely make him die a horrible death." Qinglang ignored Hualang and furiously cursed at the nearby Ling Xiao. "Big brother, they're coming over." Wei Dai looked at Qinglang and the others who were walking over and reminded them. At the same time, she clenched the thin face in her hand and became alert. "It's time to end this." Xianxia narrowed his eyes at Green Wolf and the others, making a decision in his heart. He then stood in front of Wei Dai and said to Ling Xiao, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but I hope that you can take my little sister and leave immediately. In the future, please take good care of her for me." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Wei Dai immediately objected. "No, I want to fight with Big Brother to the end. Little sister, listen to me. Ride the Wind Wolf with this brat. That way, you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, we'll all die here," Xianxia said indifferently. The current situation was clear. With their current strength, it was impossible to stop two high-level mystic cultivators. Moreover, there were two low-level mystic cultivators. Even if they did not fight, they knew that they would lose this battle. Thus, Xianxia decided to sacrifice himself and let Wei die or leave. It was clear how much he cared for and loved his little sister. "So be it. Even if I die, I'll die with Big Brother." Wei Dai held the thin sword in her hand and said firmly, "Don't worry. You will definitely meet in the underworld today." Qinglang said coldly when he was 2 meters away from them. He then waved his hand, and Hualang and the two low-level mystic cultivators started to move. "If that's the case, then let me drag 2 more of you down with me." Now that things had come to this, Xianxia couldn't care less anymore. He shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand charged towards the 2 low-level mystic cultivators. "Don't worry, your opponent is me." Hualang waved his long spear in front of Xianxia. The two of them immediately started fighting, and sparks flew everywhere. The 2 leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment went straight for Wei Dai. 2 against 1, Wei Dai was in a bad situation. Ling Xiao wanted to help, but unfortunately, Qinglang and his heavy dragon-slaying saber were blocking his way. "Damn beast! How dare you hurt me? Die!" Qinglang waved his heavy saber and slashed at the Golden Wolf King. In his eyes, this second-level Wind Wolf was more threatening than Ling Xiao. Thus, he decided to kill this Wind Wolf first before getting rid of the low-level Mystic Cultivator. "Xiao Jin, hold him back. It will be best if you can kill him. If you're not his opponent, then protect yourself and don't get hurt. I'll come and help you later," Ling Xiao instructed. "Yes, master," the Golden Wolf King replied and went to face Qinglang. The man and beast started fighting. At this time, Ling Xiao's expression became serious. With a saber and a sword in his hand, he walked towards the 2 leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment with Cloud Shadow. The 2 leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment had been closing in on Wei Dai, but they did not expect someone to launch a sneak attack on them. Just as one of them was about to slash at Wei Dai's waist, an ominous feeling came over him. That person reacted quickly and quickly pulled out his saber to defend himself. Clang! Ling Xiao's sneak attack was blocked by that person. "Damn, you dare trick me? I'll kill you first." The captain was furious at Ling Xiao, who had ambushed him. He changed the direction of his heavy sword and swung it towards Ling Xiao. It's hard to say who will be the one to kill who. Ling Xiao snorted and swung his powerful attack. Shadowless saber, scar left by the sword. Ling Xiao used his full strength from the start and caught his opponent off guard. That leader thought that Ling Xiao was just a high-level Xianxia practitioner and that his strength was far inferior to his. He did not use any powerful moves that could release his Xian energy from the start and only used simple attacks to slash at Ling Xiao. However, when he felt the moves that Ling Xiao used, a suffocating feeling caused his hair to stand on end. He had no choice but to quickly pull out his saber to defend himself. His heavy saber continuously blocked the saber shadows and sword rays. However, The saber shadows and sword rays were too numerous and too dense. He was unable to defend himself, and his body was riddled with wounds. "I'll fight you to the death." That leader felt extremely sullen. His opponent was clearly weaker than him, but he was unable to retaliate at all. He could not help but grit his teeth and made up his mind to kill this brat, even if both of them were to be injured. He gathered all the Xian energy in his body on his heavy saber and once again slashed at the center of the countless saber shadows and sword rays. Boom! As the powerful moves collided, all the saber shadows and sword rays disappeared, leaving only a cloud of dust on the ground. Phew! That leader could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he managed to break through Ling Xiao's saber and sword techniques. However, in just a moment of carelessness, a blue sword ray pierced through his body from the back like a poisonous snake. That leader stared blankly at the long sword that had pierced through his abdomen. His eyes bulged out as he fell into a pool of blood, never to get up again. "I've already said that it's hard to say who will die first. You don't believe me again," Ling Xiao said indifferently as he pulled out his blue crystal sword. He then charged towards the other leader of the Green Wolves clan, who was fighting with Wei Dai'er. "Sister, brother will help you," Ling Xiao shouted loudly as he slashed his silver ghost blood blade towards that leader. While that leader was distracted to defend himself, Wei Dai'er's thin sword pierced his arm. "Ah!" That leader screamed in pain as he took a few steps back. "Let's kill him together." Ling Xiao took another step forward and charged towards that injured leader. Wei Dai'er had a faint smile on her face as she replied, "Okay." She waved her thin sword and shot out many fiery snakes towards that leader. That leader was already injured. Under the entanglement of Wei Dai'er, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unsurprisingly, that leader did not last long before he died under the fierce attacks of the two of them. Phew! Wei Dai'er's mind was completely relaxed as she wiped away the sweat on her forehead. "Sister, your hand is bleeding. Let me help you stop the bleeding." Ling Xiao looked at the bleeding wound on Wei Dai'er's arm and said softly. Without a word, he grabbed Wei Dai'er's arm and kissed it. He planned to stop the bleeding like this. As he kissed that delicate skin, Ling Xiao's mind swayed. He laughed lewdly in his heart as he thought, "Hee, this time I'm going to get intimate with you. Oomph, how dare you take advantage of me? Do you want to die?" Wei Dai'er retracted her arm and rebuked him with a red face. She cursed in her heart. "This guy really knows how to take advantage of me. Even if you want to stop the bleeding, this is not the way to stop it." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "Brother, aren't you worried about me? Really?" "Oh, woo." At this moment, the Golden Wolf King's cries could be heard. "Not good. I have to go and help Xiao Jin." Ling Xiao's expression changed as he shouted and rushed towards the Golden Wolf King. Wei Dai'er looked at Ling Xiao's graceful figure, and her heart was stirred by something. She muttered to herself, "If I survive this, maybe I will allow you to take advantage of me once." After that, she consumed a dew-returning pill and went to help her brother. On the other side, the Golden Wolf King was slashed by Green Wolf's profound saber, and it also used its claws to slash Green Wolf's chest. It could be said that both sides were injured. "Damn beast, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive." Green Wolf was infuriated to the extreme. He did not expect that this Golden Wolf King would actually have the strength of a Tier 2 advanced martial artist. At first, he thought that it was only a Tier 2 or Tier 2 advanced martial artist. If he was in peak condition, he would naturally not be afraid of the Golden Wolf King. However, he could only use 70% of his profound strength and could only fight to a draw with the Golden Wolf King. This made him very unhappy. Just as he was about to attack the Golden Wolf King again, he felt a gust of wind behind him and blocked it without thinking. Clang! The two sabers collided, and Ling Xiao was sent flying a few meters back before he stopped. The web between his thumb and index finger that was holding the saber was split open, and blood slowly flowed out. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King quickly scurried to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao looked at the hideous wound on the Golden Wolf King's body and said with great heartache, Xiao Jin, let's work together to kill this old dog and avenge you. Awu. The Golden Wolf King let out a long howl filled with battle intent. Green Wolf looked at the two corpses not far away, and his expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King with murderous eyes and said, "Damn bastards, I want you to die a horrible death. Good buddy, it's time for you to drink human blood." Green Wolf cursed as he touched the jade bracer on his arm. The jade bracer flashed, and a shadow appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was actually a spiritual wolf beast, but this spiritual wolf beast was very different from the Golden Wolf King. This was because this spiritual wolf beast was green in color, and its fur was like lush green grass. It was extremely soft, and there was a tuft of white fur in the middle of its head, making it look very handsome and demonic. This was a mid-tier 2 cyan flame wolf. Chapter 71. The Blue Flame Wolf was a fire-attributed spirit beast. It was a spirit beast of the same rank as the Wind Wolf, and it mostly lived in barren hills that faced the sun. This Cyan Flame Wolf was saved by Cyan Wolf in the mountains when he was young. The Green Flame Wolf's original name was Zhu Dalan. He had inadvertently discovered this Green Flame Wolf fighting a Tier 2 middle stage python in a mountain range. The Green Flame Wolf was no match for the python, and just as the Green Flame Wolf was about to be devoured by the python, Zhu Dalan launched a sneak attack and killed the python, saving the Green Flame Wolf. At that time, the Blue Flame Wolf was already on the verge of death. Zhu Dalan had wasted a lot of spirit herbs and pills to save it. This Green Wolf felt that Zhu Dalan had saved it, so it followed Zhu Dalan. From then on, Zhu Dalan's good luck kept on coming. He felt that it was this blue fire wolf that brought him good luck. Not long after, he founded a mercenary group and named it the Green Wolves Mercenary Group. Outsiders didn't know Zhu Dalan's real name. Everyone just called Zhu Dalan the Green Wolves Mercenary Group. Zhu Dalan gladly accepted this nickname. And it was also at that time that the Green Wolves Mercenary Group's prestige was established in Meteor City. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Dalan wouldn't let others know that he had a second-rank spirit beast. This was because it would bring him a lot of trouble, so he always kept the Cyan Flame Wolf in his wrist guard. That jade wrist guard was an accessory similar to a spatial storage ring. It was extremely rare and precious. Zhu Dalan had obtained it by chance in the trading market. At that time, the seller didn't know that it was a wrist guard used to store spirit beasts. He just thought it was an ordinary accessory and sold it to Zhu Dalan, which made Zhu Dalan earn a lot. Now, in order to kill this Golden Wind Wolf and Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to summon the Cyan-Fire Wolf. As soon as the Blue Flame Wolf appeared, it met the gaze of the Golden Wind Wolf. With just a glance, it revealed a timid expression, and its huge body involuntarily took a step back. The Cyan-Fire Wolf and the Wind Wolf were different kinds of wolves, but they were both spiritual wolves. The Cyan-Fire Wolf could naturally sense the superior aura of the Golden Wolf King. This was the unique, domineering aura of the Golden Wolf King. It made the Cyan-Fire Wolf feel a sense of oppression, so its first reaction was stage fright. Zhu Dalan frowned and immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid. I'll deal with this Wind Wolf." "You deal with him." "Howl." The Golden Wind Wolf howled at the Cyan-Fire Wolf, as though it was transmitting some sort of message. The Blue Flame Wolf couldn't help but take a few steps back. "I'll kill you, you beast." Zhu Dalan saw that the Cyan-Fire Wolf was afraid, which was unexpected. He immediately swung his dragon, slaying Heavy Blade at the Gold Wolf King, and a few dazzling cyan lights shot out. The Golden Wolf King spat out a few beams of golden light to neutralize the green light. Its body flashed to the side and pounced towards Zhu Dalan. It bared its fangs and bit at Zhu Dalan's head. The Cyan-Fire Wolf hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it still revealed an ominous glint towards Ling Xiao and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Oh no, this fellow seems to be very strong," Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly. At this moment, he had no way out. He could only brace himself and charge forward. He hurriedly spread out his footwork and brandished his sword and saber to meet the blue flame wolf. On the other side, Lung Shi and Wei Dyer had forced Fire Wolf into a sorry state. He was already injured in many places, and if this continued, he would definitely be killed by the Lung Shi siblings. Fire Wolf had the intention to retreat. Now that he was in the Illusion Valley, as long as he had enough speed, he could shake off the two of them and hide in the fog. He believed that no one would be able to find him, but doing so would be equivalent to betraying the Green Wolf Regiment. For a moment, Fire Wolf hesitated. In his moment of absent-mindedness, Wei Dyer struck him on the back, causing him to fly backwards and spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I don't even know if I can leave the Illusion Valley alive. If I betray you, then so be it. Fire Wolf gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He had to escape, or he would die here. If he escaped, he might still have a chance of survival. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, his lower body seemed to be entangled by something. What's that? Fire Wolf looked down in confusion. He saw something that looked like a green vine binding his feet, and the green vine was still spreading towards his body to bind him. Get lost! Fire Wolf did not even think as he raised the dagger axe in his hand and waved it at the vine. The flames grew brighter and instantly burned the green vines. However, just as Fire Wolf thought that he could escape, the green vines actually spread towards him again. Furthermore, it had consciously entangled his hand, causing him to be unable to move. Damn it! Fire Wolf cursed. He wanted to use his other hand to get rid of the green vines, but the speed at which the green vines spread was too fast. In an instant, his 4 limbs were bound, and he was unable to break free. Bastard, what is this thing, huh? Fire Wolf's mind was shocked. His entire body was wrapped by the green vines. And what was even more strange was that after the green vines wrapped around Fire Wolf, they hung him on the giant tree. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer watched as Fire Wolf disappeared right in front of their eyes. They were extremely shocked, and their bodies kept retreating. Little sister, run. This giant tree is strange. Lung Shi grabbed Wei Dyer's hand and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, the two of them were one step too late. The green vines had already entangled their legs. The two of them did not even have the chance to resist. Like Fire Wolf, they were once again entangled by the green vines in midair. On the other side, Zhu Dalan was still fighting with the Golden Wolf King, while Ling Xiao was being chased around by the Green Fire Wolf. If the Green Fire Wolf was only at the lower tier of the second level, Ling Xiao would not be afraid. However, this was a middle-tier Green Fire Wolf, and its speed was not any slower than his. He could only choose to fight while moving around. He did not want to kill the enemy, but he could not let the Green Fire Wolf hurt him either. He was hoping that Lung Shi and Wei Dyer would finish off the Fire Wolf quickly and come help him. However, while he was moving around, he heard the exclamation of the two of them. When he looked over, he saw that the two of them had been tied up by the green vines of the giant tree. Ling Xiao stopped moving and revealed a look of disbelief. He had forgotten that there was a green fire wolf chasing after him. A ray of fire blasted on his body and sent him flying a few meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was obviously seriously injured. Ling Xiao got up and ignored the green fire wolf. He ordered the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, run. Unfortunately, it was too late. The green vines were like a spider's web, covering them in a frenzy. Damn it, is this an illusion? Ling Xiao cursed as he looked at the green vines wrapped around his feet. He kept slashing with the sword in his hand. However, it was all in vain. The green vines broke and regrew, and they grew again, binding Ling Xiao in an instant. On the other side, Zhu Dalan, the Golden Wolf King, and the Green Fire Wolf were not spared. None of them could escape, and they were all hanging in the air. The Fire Wolf, Lung Shi and Lung Shi, Ling Xiao, Zhu Dalan, and the two spirit beasts made up a total of 7 green vine cocoons. They were hanging in the middle of the giant tree like human-shaped fruits, and it was very surprising to see. Ugh! Everyone was tied up, and even their mouths were stuffed with green vines, making it difficult for them to speak. Fortunately, they could still breathe through their nostrils, or else they would all suffocate to death. The tied-up Ling Xiao's heart was cold to the extreme. The more he struggled, the tighter the vines became. Could this be a man-eating tree? Ling Xiao forced himself to calm down, but in the face of life and death, he couldn't calm down. He was very worried about the origins of this giant tree. Xiao Jin, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King said, Master, I'm not good. I have a fear of heights. I'm about to faint. When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost fainted. Damn, acrophobia. What kind of ghost wolf king is this? It's so timid. Is there any way to escape? Ling Xiao asked. Master, I don't know either, the Golden Wolf King replied. Looks like I can only rely on myself, Ling Xiao thought to himself. But now that he couldn't move his entire body, how could he save himself? At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed the large cocoon in front of him was emitting green smoke. The green smoke grew larger and larger, and gradually, the green vines began to burn. A moment later, the green vines were actually burned. That works too. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. The human cocoon was the first trapped firewolf. He used all of his attributes to force his body to his surroundings, and the fiery energy ignited the green vines, allowing him to escape. This move of his was indeed effective. The green vines were burned apart in a short while, and his entire body began to fall. Just as Firewolf thought that he was saved, a giant shadow came from behind him. Pow! Firewolf suffered a heavy blow from the back. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. Boom! Firewolf's entire body was smashed to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but he was once again tied up by the spreading green vines. When everyone saw this scene, no one dared to act rashly. Even Lung Shi and Wei Dai who were the fire attribute, didn't dare to save themselves like Firewolf. Damn, this tree can even attack people. Ling Xiao's heart felt even colder. Just now, he had personally seen the tree ruthlessly hit Firewolf's body. He felt that this tree seemed to have a mind of its own and would automatically attack people. At this moment, a small figure jumped down from the giant tree. It was a strange spirit beast that looked like a human baby, and its green eyes were frighteningly big. Xiao Jin, is this a sinister fellow? Ling Xiao hurriedly transmitted a message to the Golden Wolf King. Yes, Master. It is that sinister fellow. Its attack power isn't strong, but it can make you humans hallucinate, the Golden Wolf King replied. Hallucinate, hallucinate. That's right. This is an illusory demon. Ling Xiao muttered a few words, and finally knew what kind of spirit beast this was. Illusory demons were low-tier, second-rank spirit beasts. They weren't very aggressive, but they were listed as one of the most dangerous spirit beasts by humans. This was because their green eyes could make people hallucinate, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves. They wouldn't even know what had happened until the moment they died. The illusory demon looked at the 7 big cocoons with interest, and its mouth kept making G sounds, as if it was very happy. After a while, it walked towards Firewolf from the green vines. When it arrived in front of Firewolf that had already fainted, the pair of green eyes shot 2 illusory green rays at Firewolf's head. Immediately after, he heard the Firewolf struggle nonstop. Its expression became horrified, and its mouth kept emitting woo. Woo! Woo! It looked like it was in pain, and it wanted to cry out, but its mouth was stuffed with green vines, and it couldn't even make a sound. The more Firewolf struggled, the tighter the green vines wrapped around it. That illusory demon seemed to be very happy, and it kept jumping on the green vines and clapping its hands. After a while, Firewolf's body stopped shaking, as if it had been strangled to death by the green vines, or killed by the illusory demon's illusions. The death of Firewolf wasn't scary, but the illusory demon actually did something disgusting that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Chapter 72. The illusory demon patted the vines on the tree. Those vines seemed to have received some sort of instruction, and in an instant, the majority of the vines on the Firewolf's body retreated. Only a few vines were still wrapped around him, preventing him from falling. Everyone saw the fire wolf's miserable state. His expression before death had been one of terror, fear, and despair. It was as if he had seen something horrifying right before his death. Following that, a scene that no one would ever forget happened. The illusory demon opened its mouth and directly bit down on the firewolf's head. Having its head bitten through, the illusory demon revealed a joyful expression and increased its suction force. In the next moment, everyone knew what it was doing. It was actually sucking the firewolf's brain. According to the books, illusory demons like to eat human brains. So that was true. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt a wave of nausea. Their stomachs instantly had the urge to vomit. Whoa, including Ling Xiao. Everyone wanted to vomit, but the vines were tightly wrapped around them, making it impossible for them to vomit. Fuck, this little monster is really disgusting. Ling Xiao's entire body was covered in cold sweat. It wasn't hard for him to imagine that when it was his turn, his fate would be the same as the firewolf's. Master, I'm hungry. At this time, the Golden Wolf King sent Ling Xiao a message. The Golden Wolf King was a spirit beast, and it didn't feel anything about what the illusory demon was doing. Instead, it was the illusory demon's actions that had aroused its appetite. If you keep barking, I'll make you a vegetarian and starve you to death, cursed Ling Xiao. His stomach was in terrible pain, but this fellow still wanted to eat. He couldn't vent his anger without cursing. After a while, the illusory demon seemed to have finished sucking. It straightened its body and revealed a satisfied smile. Those rows of sharp teeth in its mouth were extremely frightening. It glanced at everyone and then began to walk again. Everyone began to struggle and panic. Everyone was afraid that they would be the next one to fall. The illusory demon chose the closest human cocoon. It was unknown who that human cocoon belonged to. That was because it was wrapped up by the vines. In any case, Ling Xiao knew that it wasn't him because he was still perfectly fine. Just as the illusory demon was about to use its illusion technique, Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry. He recognized who the human cocoon was because he saw a piece of red gauze through the cracks of the green vines. Among these people, only Wei Dyer was wearing a red martial robe. Ling Xiao was 100% sure that the human cocoon was Wei Dyer, who was trapped inside. Even though he called Wei Dyer affectionately, his feelings for her were not that deep. At the very most, he was only interested in her. However, he was a man who cherished flowers. How could he bear to see Wei Dyer being tortured to death by the illusory demons? Of demon of death anyway, but luck. To survive of demon of life as. To was. He was. As Ling Xiao thought in his heart, he continued to struggle free, hoping to attract the attention of the illusory demon and find him first. Of course, he wasn't hell-bent on seeking death, because he had thought of a way to come back from the dead. As expected, Ling Xiao's struggle attracted the attention of the illusory demon. The illusory demon hesitated for a moment before giving up on casting the illusion on Wei Dyer. Instead, it walked towards Ling Xiao. The illusory demon arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Its pair of green eyes flashed again, and an illusory green light shot towards Ling Xiao, who was in the green vines. Ling Xiao's mind seemed to be invaded by something. His expression suddenly froze, and then he revealed a look of disbelief. Because a person had appeared in front of him, an old man that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. This old man wasn't tall, and he wore a long blue robe that covered his body. His silver-white hair was shining, and his eyebrows were so long that they reached his chin. He always had a warm smile on his face, and he looked like a sage-like immortal. He also looked like the old man of the Lin clan, making people want to get close to him. This was Ling Xiao's previous incarnation's old ghost master. "Old fart, is that you?" Ling Xiao asked that person with surprise and joy. The smile on the old man's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became fierce. He shouted, "Unfilial disciple, how dare you be disrespectful to me? I will cripple your martial arts and expel you from the sect." "Old fart, what kind of joke is this? If you expel me from the sect, who will go down the mountain to buy wine for you?" Seriously. Ling Xiao laughed disapprovingly. The old man didn't say anything else. Instead, he flashed towards Ling Xiao, raised his palm, and pressed it towards Ling Xiao's chest. Are you serious? Ling Xiao replied in disbelief. However, just when he wanted to dodge, he realized that he couldn't move at all. Puffed. The old man's palm contained all the inner force in his body, and it caused Ling Xiao's chest to cave in. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain. He tasted something sweet in his mouth, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're so disgraceful. I have raised you for more than 20 years. Today, I will let you suffer all kinds of torture, cripple your martial arts, and expel you from a sect. The benevolent old man became ferocious and frightening. As he spoke, he slammed his palm against Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's body was like a sandbag, and every part of his body was deformed from the beating. He couldn't stop screaming. He had never imagined that his most respected master would treat him so cruelly. The feeling of being betrayed by the person closest to him made him feel a heart-wrenching pain. The pain seeped into his bones, and he would never be able to forget it. Since his martial arts were given to him by his master, he would just let him take it back. Finally, the old man raised his palm again, and just as he was about to slam it against his dantian, a cool feeling assaulted Ling Xiao's heart. No, he's not an old man, and he's not my master. This is an illusion. Yes, this is an illusion. This is an illusion. Ling Xiao woke up from a dream and realized that what was in front of him was an illusion. He hurriedly guarded his mind, and the 3 parts returning to origin qi had already started to circulate. In an instant, the old man that was slamming against Ling Xiao's abdomen instantly disappeared before his eyes. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he had almost gone mad and died in the illusion. Luckily, the 3 parts returning to origin qi could automatically circulate and protected the top of his head, allowing him to regain clarity at the last moment. However, he knew that this matter wasn't over yet. He immediately struggled a few more times and then held his breath. He was like a dead man and didn't move an inch. The illusory demon at the side saw that Ling Xiao wasn't struggling anymore, and just like before, it slapped the green vines again. In an instant, most of the green vines gradually retreated, and only a few vines were still hanging on Ling Xiao's body. Gee. The illusory demon saw that Ling Xiao was really dead, and it couldn't help but clap its hands happily. Wei Dai, who was not far away, saw Ling Xiao, and tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. He had died for her, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and it caused her unbearable pain. Seeing that the illusory demon was about to bite Ling Xiao's head, the Golden Wolf King anxiously transmitted a message. Master, wake up. If Ling Xiao died, it wouldn't be able to live anymore. How could not be anxious? What's with the noise? Ling Xiao replied. He opened his eyes, and with one hand, he forcefully broke free from the green vine's entanglement. The illusory demon at the side was shocked. It didn't think that this damned human was pretending to be dead, and it quickly turned around to escape. If I let you escape, then I wouldn't be Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His other hand also broke free from the green vine, and then he slapped the arm of the other hand. Xiao! A cold arrow was shot out at an incomparably fast speed. Gee! The illusory demon's body was hit by the arrow, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. Then it lost its balance and fell from the tree trunk. Pooh! The illusory demon landed heavily on the ground, and a pool of ink-like blood flowed out. The illusory demon was finally dead. Without the illusory demon's instructions, the green vine that was entangling Ling Xiao did not grow again. Phew! I can't believe I'm still alive. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with one hand and smiled as if he had just survived a disaster. It was truly dangerous just now. Fortunately, he cultivated the 3 portions origin returning technique and saved his life. Furthermore, he had the concealed sleeve arrow that he obtained from the Ard Wolf hidden in his arm. Otherwise, if that illusory demon had escaped, he would still have been dead. Ling Xiao tore off the remaining green vines on his body, and then he grabbed one of the green vines that was entangling him. With a swing of his body, he jumped to Wei Dyer's side. Although the illusory demon was already dead, the green vines of the giant tree still entangled Wei Dyer, Lung Shi, Zhu Dalin, and the two spirit beasts. "Good sister, don't be afraid. Your brother will get you out of here." Ling Xiao went to Wei Dyer's side and comforted her. Then he started to tear off the green vines that were entangling Wei Dyer with his bare hands. Why did he have to tear off the green vines with his bare hands? This was something that could not be helped. When Ling Xiao was entangled by the green vines, the blue crystal sword and the silver ghost bloodblade had fallen onto the tree. At this moment, he could only use his bare hands to slowly tear off the green vines. "Master, quickly come and save me." At this moment, the Golden Wolf King transmitted a telepathic message to Ling Xiao. "What's the hurry? Can't you see that I'm busy?" Ling Xiao replied in a bad mood. This time, Ling Xiao had profited greatly. When he was tearing off the green vines, his hands kept wandering around Wei Dyer's graceful body. This made him exclaim in pleasure, especially when he was tearing off the green vines on Wei Dyer's chest. His perverted hands could not help but touch the majestic virgin peaks a few times. He could not help but exclaim in his heart, "So big, so elastic." Ling Xiao reluctantly rescued Wei Dyer. His face had a very gloomy expression because his lower body was too uncomfortable. In his heart, he really wanted to eat Wei Dyer on the spot. Wei Dyer was successfully rescued. She jumped onto the tree pole and looked at Ling Xiao's aggrieved expression. She could not help but blush and spat. "Good brother, you are really shameless. If I was really shameless, I would have eaten you just now." Ling Xiao replied gloomily as he bowed down to prevent Wei Dyer from discovering the little tent below him. Since you saved me, I won't argue with you." Wei Dyer snorted lightly and then turned her pretty face away. There was a happy smile on her face that Ling Xiao could not see. Then, she jumped in the direction of her brother. Just as Ling Xiao went to release the Golden Wolf King, Zhu Dalin actually shook off the green vines on his own. "Keep your lives for now. One day, I will make you all die a horrible death." Zhu Dalin did not even bother with the blue flame wolf. He left behind some harsh words and disappeared into the fog. However, he did not know that he had dropped a precious thing when he broke free from the green vines. Chapter 73. In the depths of the illusory valley, two men and a woman sat cross-legged in front of a towering tree. Beside them were two spirit beasts, one gold and one green. One stood majestically, while the other lay obediently on the ground. They seemed to be very respectful towards the gold spirit beast. These people were Ling Xiao, Lung Shi, Wei Dyer, and the two spirit beasts, the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Flame Wolf. Ling Xiao had put himself in danger. First, he had been affected by the illusory demon's illusion technique. After surviving it, he had pretended to be dead to trick the illusory demon. Finally, he had used the hidden sleeve arrow to kill the illusory demon, saving everyone. Otherwise, everyone would have been tortured to death by the illusory demon. However, even though everyone had been saved, Zhu Dalin had also escaped. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao was the first to recover. Before he had been entangled by the green vines, he had been attacked by the Cyan Flame Wolf and suffered quite a bit of internal injuries. He had only recovered after consuming some pills and meditating. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer had expended a lot of energy, and their pills had long since been used up. If not for Ling Xiao's abundant pills, their recovery would have been very slow, and if they had encountered another spirit beast, it would have been terrible. Ling Xiao saw that the two were still meditating, so he walked over to the illusory demon's corpse. TSK, such a small thing almost killed me. It was really dangerous, Ling Xiao said as he looked at the illusory demon's body with lingering fear. He then called out to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, aren't you hungry? Here, fill your stomach." The Golden Wolf King ran over and said with a downcast expression, "Master, this is too small. Are you going to eat it or not? If not, I won't let you eat for 3 days," Ling Xiao ordered. The Golden Wolf King did not dare to disobey Ling Xiao's orders. It bit the illusory demon's corpse and directly swallowed it into its stomach. Ling Xiao was just about to turn and leave when the Golden Wolf King let out a strange cry and swallowed a mouthful of remains. Ling Xiao did not want to look at those disgusting things, but 2 flashes of green light attracted his attention. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao curiously looked at the 3 things that the Golden Wolf King had spat out. These 3 items were like crystals, shining brightly, and were about the size of half a fist. 2 of them were the pair of green eyes of the illusory demon at a glance. Those eyes were as clear and sparkling as an imperial jadeite, and they looked extremely noble. Beside the pair of green eyes was a diamond-shaped crystal that was about the same size. This crystal was as transparent and sparkling as a pure crystal, and Ling Xiao's reflection could be clearly seen within it. It was not like the green eyes that were emitting a green glow, but it gave off an extremely pure and flawless feeling of perfection. Ling Xiao picked up the 3 things. The green eyes gave off a warm feeling in his hand, but the white crystal gave off a cold feeling, just like a block of ice. The illusory demon is already dead, but these eyes still give off life energy. There must be something special about them. Ling Xiao looked at the pair of eyes in his right hand and weighed them in his heart. He felt that they were definitely not ordinary, so he put them away. He then looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in his left hand. Other than being transparent, he didn't feel that there was anything special about it. Could this be a beast core? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Who cares? I'll put it away first. I'll go back and look up some information to see what use it has, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He then put away the diamond-shaped crystal as well. Ling Xiao turned around to see if there was anything special about this tree, but then he saw the blue flame wolf walk over with something in its mouth. Ling Xiao didn't know what the blue flame wolf wanted to do and couldn't help taking a step back. "You still want to fight me? Xiao Jin, you take care of it." The Golden Wolf King instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and was about to pounce on the blue flame wolf. The blue flame wolf quickly crawled out and whimpered in a low voice. The Golden Wolf King stopped and sent a message to Ling Xiao. "Master, it has something for you." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before looking at the blue flame wolf's paw. Sure enough, there was something in front of it. It was Zhu Dalin's jade wrist guard. This jade wrist guard had been accidentally dropped by Zhu Dalin when he was trying to break free from the green vines, but now it had been discovered by the blue flame wolf. Ling Xiao reached out and picked it up. The color of the jade wrist guard was very plain, similar to the wrist guard Shi had used. If Ling Xiao hadn't seen Zhu Dalin use this wrist guard to release the blue flame wolf, he wouldn't have thought that it was something rare. Although wrist guards that could store spirit beasts weren't as rare as spatial rings, their value was still quite high. In a remote city like Meteor City, it would be difficult to sell them even if one had the money. It could be said that Ling Xiao had picked up a treasure. But how was he supposed to use this wrist guard? Ling Xiao fiddled with the wrist guard, but he didn't know how to use it. "Don't tell me I have to drip my blood to recognize it as its owner." Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment before he bit his finger and dripped his blood. "This wrist guard doesn't recognize its owner like this," Lung Shi's voice sounded. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer had already finished meditating and walked towards Ling Xiao. "Big brother, big sister, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Thank you for saving me, young Master Ling. You can call me Lung Shi from now on." Lung Shi cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. He had heard Wei Dyer mention Ling Xiao's identity just now. "What do you mean by young master?" "Based on my relationship with Big Sister, you are treating me like an outsider. You could just call me Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. He thought to himself, "If your sister follows me in the future, you will be my Ping, big brother. It won't be a loss for me to call you big brother." Wei Dyer snorted. "Who has anything to do with you?" Ling Xiao didn't mind and smiled, then said to Lung Shi, "Big brother, How do you think I should use this thing? Lungshi looked at the wrist guard in Ling Xiao's hand, and his eyes were burning with passion. This is a spirit beast wrist guard. I didn't expect the green wolf to have such a precious thing. Is this wrist guard very precious? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Lungshi said, it's hard to get even with money. So valuable? Ling Xiao's heart shook. He didn't know that this little thing was so precious. He couldn't help but feel proud, thinking that this little green wolf was quite tactful. It seemed that if Xiao Jin took it in as a little brother, it would be a great help in the future. This wrist guard and a legendary space ring are both used to store things, but the wrist guard can only be used to store spirit beasts, while the space ring can only be used to store non-living things. Both of them are rare and precious. It's just that the spirit beast wrist guard is easier to make, and its value is slightly lower than the space ring, but it is still very precious. In Meteor City, I have never heard of anyone having a spirit beast wrist guard or space ring. As for whether the 3 great clans have them, I don't know, Lungshi explained. Then quickly tell me, how can I use this wrist guard? Ling Xiao asked urgently. Now that he had subdued the Golden Wolf King, he wanted to subdue the Green Fire Wolf as well. Having 2 spirit beasts by his side was a very cool thing, but he knew that if others knew that he had 2 spirit beasts at the same time, he was afraid that others would be jealous. It wouldn't matter if his opponent was weaker than him, but if he met a powerful spirit master, then he would be killed in a matter of minutes. Moreover, with the wrist guard, if he kept the Golden Wolf King and the Green Fire Wolf in the wrist guard, he could catch his opponent off guard if he met with any troublesome matters in the future. In short, there were many benefits to using this wrist guard, and it was very convenient. According to the records, the Spirit Beast wrist guard doesn't need to be bound by blood. You only need to use your consciousness to enter the wrist guard and erase the previous owner's consciousness. Then the wrist guard will belong to you, Lungshi replied. I see, then I'll try. Ling Xiao was delighted. He didn't think it would be so easy and immediately wanted to try it. I advise you not to try. You can't erase the Green Fire Wolf's consciousness. His level is much higher than yours. You need to find someone stronger than him to erase his consciousness. But if that's the case, I'm afraid this wrist guard won't belong to you. So you should at least try it when you're a high-level mystic scholar, Lungshi reminded him. When Ling Xiao heard this, it was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him, making him very depressed. Is there no other way? Ling Xiao asked, not giving up. He didn't know how long it would take for him to become a high-level mystic scholar. He didn't have the time to wait, so he wanted to use it now. Lungshi shook his head helplessly, indicating that there was no other way. Since Lungshi was so sure, Ling Xiao could only accept the reality and put on the wrist guard. He would think about it later. At this time, Lungshi looked at Ling Xiao's other arm and asked, Young Master Ling, what hidden weapon are you hiding in your sleeve? Ling Xiao didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, hidden sleeve arrow holster. When they heard this, Lungshi and Wei Dyer's expression turned cold. It seemed that they were very afraid of the hidden sleeve arrow holster. This arrow holster is barely passable. If it wasn't for it, we'd be dead, Ling Xiao said as he patted his arm. Looking at Ling Xiao's action, Lungshi and Wei Dyer couldn't help but take a step back. They were speechless after hearing Ling Xiao's words. The concealment quiver was a concealed weapon of the 2nd rank. If any mystic disciple rank expert was slightly careless, they might die under this concealment quiver. Its value was self-evident, but Ling Xiao actually said it was only barely used. This guy wasn't afraid of biting his tongue when he spoke. However, when they thought of Ling Xiao's identity, they felt that he had the right to say such words. After all, he was the young master of the Ling clan and the successor disciple of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao untied some dried meat from the Golden Wolf King and gave it to Lungshi and Wei Dyer. They hadn't eaten for half a day and were hungry. Especially Lungshi and Wei Dyer. They were especially hungry because they hadn't had a proper meal for the past few days. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had captured a few spirit beasts in the Illusion Valley. Most of them were eaten by the Golden Wolf King, and there was still some dried meat left. Now, they could be put to good use. After eating the dried meat, Shi thanked Ling Xiao again. If it wasn't for young Master Ling's timely arrival, I'm afraid that both of us would have died here. From now on, both of us will listen to young Master Ling's orders without any objections. Shi was a man who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Moreover, the Shi group was no longer around. Even if he didn't think for himself, he would think for his sister, Wei Dai. If they could get close to Ling Xiao, it would be equivalent to getting close to the Ling clan. Their lives would be considered stable. This might be the best choice for them. Big brother, you don't have to be so polite. If big brother is willing, you'll be my big brother from now on. Of course, big sister will still be my big sister. Let's not talk about anything else. If anyone dares to disrespect big brother and big sister in Meteor City, I will be the first to not let them go. Ling Xiao patted his chest and said proudly. His eyes kept glancing at Wei Dai. Of course, his words were said to give Wei Dai face. How happy would it be to have a god sister and a god sister? In the future, he would also have a sister to fuck. Ling Xiao looked forward to this very much. Shi glanced at Wei Dai and said seriously, since young Master Ling has said so, then I will not be unreasonable. From now on, we will call each other brothers. You call me Big Brother, and I will call you Little Brother Xiao. Haha, that's good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. He then said to Wei Dai, Big sister, you are my big sister now. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, I will cut off his dog head and drink with it. Wei Dai blushed slightly and said, Okay, then little brother must protect big sister well in the future. Don't worry. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, I will not let anyone bully you. Ling Xiao promised solemnly. Chapter 74. In the depths of the psychedelic valley, there were layers of fog day and night. Gusts of cold wind blew, and the temperature dropped significantly. It was estimated that it was already nighttime. Under a towering tree, a bonfire was lit, warming up the people nearby. Only Ling Xiao, Shi, and Wei Dai were left under the tree. Ling Xiao had sent the Golden Wolf King and the Signfire Wolf out to capture spirit beasts. Ling Xiao was not worried that the Golden Wolf King and the Signfire Wolf would lose their way. Spirit beasts' senses were much stronger than humans, and they could use their sense of smell to find their way back. Ling Xiao, Shi, and Wei Dai chatted as they warmed up by the fire. Ling Xiao looked at Shi and asked, Big brother, are you here to look for the secret territory? Shi did not deny it and nodded. The temptation of the secret territory is too great, and we can't avoid it either. If it wasn't for the secret territory, my mercenary group wouldn't have. Sai, it doesn't matter whether we can find the secret territory or not, as long as we can leave the psychedelic valley alive. Anyway, the Signfire Wolf group is no longer a threat. As long as we kill the Signfire Wolf group, we can take revenge for our brothers. Big brother is right. We don't know whether the secret territory exists or not. Moreover, the psychedelic valley is full of killing intent, and we don't know if we can survive, Wei Dai replied. Big brother, big sister, you don't have to be so pessimistic. There's always a way out, and I believe that it won't be difficult to leave this place, Ling Xiao said disapprovingly. Shi and Wei Dai were stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Ling Xiao nervously and asked, Do you know how to get out? Ling Xiao shrugged. I don't know either, but it won't be difficult for us to get out. Quickly tell us what we can do. Shi and Wei Dai had stayed in this place for many days. Both of them were bored to death by the environment here. If they could really get out of this place, they would not expect to find any Arcana land. It would be best if they could survive. Haha, I just need to ask Xiao Jin to catch a spirit beast, and he will be able to take us out, Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. After all, the reason why he was able to come here was because a spirit beast was leading the way. So, if he wanted to leave, all he had to do was capture another spirit beast, and he would be able to get out of the Mystic Illusion Valley. Little brother, you're really good. Wei Dai was delighted and praised. Then, she leaned forward and tapped lightly on Ling Xiao's forehead. Then, she returned to her seat and turned her pretty face away. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one stunned. Even Lung Shi was stunned. Ling Xiao was stunned by the sudden reward, while Lung Shi was seeing his sister being so affectionate toward a man for the first time. Wei Dyer usually behaved passionately, but in reality, Cold Snake knew that she had higher standards than anyone else. Furthermore, she had never been so intimate with any man before, even Frenzied Blade who had been pursuing her. For a moment, Lung Shi understood a lot of things, and he was happy for his sister. It wouldn't be bad if Ling Xiao was his brother-in-law. Even though Ling Xiao's current strength wasn't high, his methods and background were really shocking. His future would definitely be bright. If Wei Dyer were to be with him, it would be her fortune. Sister, can we do it again? It was too fast just now. I don't even know what it felt like, Ling Xiao said as he touched the forehead that was kissed by Wei Dyer. I'm ignoring you, Wei Dyer said and then trotted to the side. Seeing that Wei Dyer had left, Lung Shi said to Ling Xiao solemnly, Little brother Xiao, treat Dyer well in the future. Ling Xiao stopped smiling and nodded heavily. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of my sister and not let any harm come to her. All right, go and see her. I believe she has a lot to say to you. Lung Shi patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said. Ling Xiao grunted and then walked to Wei Dyer, who was standing under the tree, and said softly, Sister, are you angry with me? Humph. Wei Dyer snorted and turned her pretty face to the side, ignoring Ling Xiao. Seeing that Wei Dyer was ignoring him, Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he hesitated for a moment and closed his mouth. He stood side by side with Wei Dyer and no longer said a word. It was extremely quiet and peaceful under the giant tree. After a while, Wei Dyer was the first to break the silence and said lightly, Why did you come? Is it also for the secret realm? Ling Xiao said faintly, If I said that I came for my sister, would you believe me? Wei Dyer said angrily, Of course not. I didn't think that you would be so kind. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Haha, it's fine if you don't believe me. Actually, half of the reason I came here is for my sister. As for the secret realm, I just came here to take a look. If I'm lucky enough to find it, I don't mind accepting it. You make it sound so nice, Wei Dyer said impatiently, but her heart was filled with a strong sense of sweetness. By the way, sister, should I send you out first tomorrow? Or should I continue to look for the secret realm? Ling Xiao asked. Didn't Big Brother just say that it doesn't matter whether we find the secret realm or not? If that's the case, let's go out first. Moreover, even if we find the secret realm, it will be difficult for us to obtain it. There is a rank 3 spirit beast nearby, and with our strength, it will be difficult for us to get close to it, Wei Dyer said while shaking her head. That's true. Then I will send you out tomorrow. If sister and Big Brother don't mind, you can come to my Ling family. I will take care of you in the future, Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Haha, you're really arrogant. My brother is a high-level mystic cultivator, and I have also reached the mystic realm. Do you think that a small, high-level mystic cultivator like you can protect us? Wei Dyer joked with a smile. Ling Xiao looked at Wei Dyer's smile and could not help but be stunned. He praised softly, Sister, you are so beautiful when you smile. When Wei Dyer heard this, her delicate face flushed red. Then, she lowered her head and said softly, Really? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Looking at Wei Dyer's delicate appearance, he was tempted and wanted to stretch his head down to kiss her. Don't try to occupy me. Wei Dyer suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. Then, she pushed Ling Xiao away and returned to Lung Shi's side with a laughter that sounded like silver bells. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. He was very proud of himself. It seemed that he would be able to get Wei Dyer soon. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk back to the two of them, a strange feeling came over him and made him stop in his tracks. Why do I feel so cold? Ling Xiao looked at the giant tree and muttered to himself. He then was about to leave. Suddenly, a green vine wrapped around Ling Xiao's leg. It can't be. Is this man-eating tree going to catch people again? Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately wanted to warn Ling Shi in Wei Dai'er. At this moment, the green vine let go of Ling Xiao's leg. Ling Xiao did not expect the green vine to let go of him on its own. For a moment, he could not think straight. Damn it, I better get out of this damn place. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and wanted to run away again. However, the green vine wrapped around Ling Xiao's leg again. When Ling Xiao stopped running, the green vine let go of him again. Damn it, are you done? What are you trying to do? Ling Xiao could not help but curse at the green vine. Unexpectedly, the green vine bent and pointed towards the giant tree, as if it wanted Ling Xiao to go over. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this giant tree to be so intelligent. He was puzzled. Could it be that it wants me to help with something? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and walked to the side of the giant tree again. However, he found that there was nothing strange about the giant tree. Then, he looked at the green vine. The green vine had actually shrunk into the tree and then came out again. It moved a few times, just like a human moving his fingers. Don't tell me it wants me to enter the tree, Ling Xiao said to himself with an exaggerated expression. The green vine continuously shrunk into the tree and came out again, giving instructions to Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao could not resist the temptation and placed his hand on the giant tree. Suddenly, his whole body flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. Where is this? Ling Xiao was shocked. He did not expect to be in another place after touching the giant tree. This place seemed to be another world, filled with green vitality. The green vines interweaved and wriggled like snakes. There were also many white water droplets floating between the green vines. Each droplet looked so round and shiny, as if it was filled with a powerful vitality. At this time, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Welcome to my world, little friend. Who is it? Ling Xiao asked nervously as he looked around. Then, a green light flashed, and a kind old man with a head full of green hair and a green cane appeared in front of Ling Xiao. You are? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The kind old man stroked his green beard and laughed. I am the spirit of the giant tree you just saw. You could call me LV Wang. Right now, you are in my stomach. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't think that this giant tree really did have a soul. This continent really did have all kinds of souls. You're a tree spirit? Not a tree demon? Ling Xiao probed. LV Wang laughed. Of course this old man is a tree spirit. How could I be a tree demon? Ling Xiao didn't understand. Then why did you let me enter your stomach? Don't tell me you want to absorb me? LV Wang's face turned green. No, it should be called black. His face was originally green. Don't worry, little friend. This old man has no intention of harming you. This old man is here to thank you, explained LV Wang. Thank you? You're not trying to trick me, are you? What do you have to give me? Ling Xiao couldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. LV Wang replied, This old man is a 10,000-year-old tree spirit. My collection is quite plentiful. As long as you want it, I naturally have it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately rubbed his hands and said, That's great. First, give me 180 Xian weapons. The higher the better. Also, give me some gold coins. Just a few tens of millions will do. As for spirit grass, the more the better. Let me say this first. If you don't have level 3 or above, don't take them out. For the time being, I'll take these first. LV Wang was stunned speechless after hearing Ling Xiao's words. What? Is it because you don't have that much? Since that's the case, then take out as much as you have. This young master has never seen such a stingy old man like you. Ling Xiao revealed a deflated expression. LV Wang sighed. I don't have any of these. Ling Xiao's face darkened, and he immediately roared at LV Wang. Then you just said that your collection is quite plentiful, and that as long as I want it, you'll have it. You smelly old man. Even if you're lying, you don't have a draft. You're really wasting this young master's time. Forget it. This young master doesn't have time to waste with you. Let this young master go. Chapter 75. Lu Wang was stunned silly by Ling Xiao's scolding. He was a grand 10,000-year-old tree spirit, and his entire body was filled with treasures. But this brat actually didn't know what was good and only picked up the things he didn't have in his collection. If this was any other time, he might have immediately tossed Ling Xiao out. But when he thought about how he needed this brat's help, he could only endure. Lu Wang pointed at the sparkling water droplets. This is 10,000-year-old tree sap. Although it isn't as rare as the 10,000-year-old stone bell sap, it's still extremely rare. Each drop can extend a human's lifespan by 100 years. There's also my 10,000-year-old tree root. As long as you humans still have a single breath left in you, you'll definitely be able to come back from the dead. And then there's my fruit. Lu Wang didn't get to finish speaking when he saw Ling Xiao's exaggerated expression. Speak, what effect does this fruit have? Ling Xiao wiped away his saliva, his eyes shining with a golden light. I won't say. Fine, since you look down on me, I'll send you out, snorted Lu Wang. Just now this brat was blind and misunderstood you. Look, please don't bother with this brat. Ling Xiao hastily lowered his posture and tried to curry favor with him. His face really did change quickly. Just a moment ago, he had been filled with anger, but now he was smiling like an obedient child. I think it's fine. This old man's things aren't able to withstand your torment. I'll send you out. Lu Wang pinched his beard. Seeing Ling Xiao's embarrassed appearance made him feel refreshed. Ling Xiao saw Lu Wang's expression and his heart changed. He put away his fawning expression and sighed. Since that's the case, then send me out. Okay, replied Lu Wang. Then he paused and probingly asked, You really want to leave? Of course, I don't like to force others. Since you don't have anything to give me, I won't be so shameless as to stay here. All right, hurry up and send me out, Ling Xiao said righteously. Immediately, Lu Wang became somewhat anxious and once again tempted. 10,000-year tree milk, 10,000-year tree root. You don't want them? Ling Xiao sighed and said, Of course I want it, but it's not mine. Naturally, I won't take it by force. I'm known as an honest and kind little husband. I won't take what others like. Really? Lu Wang asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Of course. In fact, he was very nervous in his heart. If this old man really didn't give it to him, his losses would be huge. Lu Wang scratched his head, full of green hair, and said, I'll give it to you, okay? Really? Of course. Ha, that's good. Just give me 180 each for the 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree root, and 10,000-year tree fruit. I'm not greedy. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. I'm old and muddle-headed. Lu Wang looked at Ling Xiao's pleased expression and realized that he had been tricked. He couldn't help but let out a vexed cry and then said, You humans are just too crafty. Well said, well said. Ling Xiao cupped his hands with a proud smile. Lu Wang sighed and then solemnly said, I can give you everything you want, but I have a condition. As expected, it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao immediately thought to himself and then asked, Please tell me. If it's too difficult, I won't be able to help you. Ling Xiao was extremely cautious. If this old monster that had lived for 10,000 years needed his help, then it definitely wouldn't be anything good. If he was asked to do something that he couldn't do, then he might as well make it clear from the start. Moreover, he didn't think that his luck was that good that he would randomly run into such a good thing. There was a saying that went like this, Caution is the parent of safety. Lu Wang faintly said, Little friend doesn't need to worry. My condition is very simple, and it will also be of great benefit to you. Really? Ling Xiao asked in disbelief. Lu Wang said, Little friend, listen to me first. Ling Xiao closed his mouth and nodded, indicating that he wouldn't interrupt. Lu Wang stroked his green beard and sighed. Little friend, do you know why this mountain valley is covered in fog all year round? Ling Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. You can say that this place was created because of me. Lu Wang's expression darkened as he continued. 800 years ago, this place was just like any other valley. It was filled with sunlight, rain, trees, and spirit herbs, and the spiritual energy here was abundant. After that, an illusory demon appeared here and discovered my existence. It used an illusory technique to make me its demonic servant. Because illusory demons prefer to live in damp and foggy places, it manipulated me and made the spiritual energy I emitted gather with the morning mist every day, thus increasing the density of the fog. Over the days and nights, it finally turned into a valley that is filled with dense fog and has no sunlight or moonlight, becoming the territory of the illusory demon ruler. According to what you're saying, this illusory valley was created by you and the illusory demon. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Lu Wang replied, "That's right. Other than the occasional spirit beast that roams the valley, all the flowers and trees have withered without the nourishment of sunlight." Sigh. Lu Wang was originally a tree spirit, so it was the same type of plant as the flowers and trees. Because of it, not a single blade of grass grew in the entire valley, causing it to be extremely upset. "This isn't entirely your fault," Ling Xiao consoled. Lu Wang sighed. "Sigh, you don't need to console me. Since this was caused by me, I will do my best to make up for it." "Then how do you plan to make up for it?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "This is precisely the reason why I invited you in," Lu Wang said. "What does this have to do with me? Do you really think that I can make the fog disappear and revive all living things? If I really had such a divine ability, I wouldn't have been captured by you today," Ling Xiao said unhappily. "Little friend, today's matter was caused by the illusory demon. I had no choice, so don't take it to heart," Lu Wang explained before continuing. "Once the fog is gone, there is naturally no need for little friend to do it. This old man has his own methods." "Then what exactly do you want me to do?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Lu Wang looked seriously at Ling Xiao. "I need little friend to save my life." Ling Xiao was startled and then said in disbelief, "What kind of joke is that? You're a tree spirit that can revive all living things, so why would you need me to save you? Furthermore, aren't you perfectly fine right now?" Ling Xiao felt that Lu Wang's words were a bit ridiculous. The tree spirit's abilities were much stronger than his own, and he didn't believe that he had the ability to save Lu Wang. Furthermore, wasn't Lu Wang perfectly fine right now? "Little friend, listen to me. This old man plans to absorb my tree spirit energy, and the fog will gradually disappear. At that time, I will use up my vitality to revive the entire valley. At that time, this old man's vitality will be greatly damaged, so I need little friend's help," Lu Wang explained. Ling Xiao heard Lu Wang's words and felt that they had some credibility. He asked, "Then what can I help you with?" "When the time comes, I want to reside in little friend's spiritual sea to recover my vitality." Lu Wang pointed at Ling Xiao's head. "What? Reside? Reside in my spiritual sea? No, no. You clearly want to seize my physical body. You really are a tree demon, not a tree spirit." Ling Xiao was startled and immediately retreated. Lu Wang hastily added, "Little friend, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I don't want to seize your physical body. If I really wanted to seize your physical body, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me? There's no need for me to waste my breath talking to you." Ling Xiao thought about it and felt that Lu Wang's words were correct. Lu Wang possessed remarkable abilities, and killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. "Little friend, me residing in your spiritual sea will only be beneficial to you." Lu Wang tried to tempt him. "Tell me about it." Ling Xiao was a bit tempted. "When my vitality is greatly damaged, I will be in my weakest state. At that time, I will enter your spiritual sea in my tree spirit form and restore my vitality. Of course, I won't take up too much space in your spiritual sea. I've discovered that your spiritual sea is very large. It seems to be several times larger than a normal person's. That's also the reason I chose you. If a normal person were to forcefully enter my spiritual sea, their brain would explode and they would die," explained Lu Wang. "Fuck, it's that dangerous? Die from brain explosion?" Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and patted his chest. He had clearly been frightened. "I'm talking about normal people. Little friend, you naturally won't have that kind of situation. Once I enter your spiritual sea, your consciousness will not encounter any obstruction or restriction. Furthermore, once you're strong enough, you'll be able to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that I've gathered to increase your cultivation speed. You'll also be able to touch my tree spirit chi, which will have the effect of increasing your lifespan. Once my vitality recovers, I'll be able to give you the 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree roots, and 10,000-year tree fruits that you want. Those things are definitely rare for you humans. Lu Wang earnestly looked at Ling Xiao. How do you know that my spiritual sea is several times larger than a normal person's? Asked Ling Xiao. Because you're the first human to break the illusory demon's illusion art. If it weren't for the fact that your spiritual sea is powerful, you definitely wouldn't have been able to escape its control, said Lu Wang. Could that really be the case? Ling Xiao asked in his heart. He had thought that it was because of the three-part returning chi's automatic circulation. He hadn't expected that it would also be related to his spiritual sea. But then he thought about how he was a transmigrator and how his two spiritual seas were gathered together. There might have been some sort of mutation that had caused his spiritual sea to be several times larger than a normal person's. Realizing this, Ling Xiao was tempted. Although he didn't know what kind of tree spirit Lu Wang belonged to, just based on the fact that it could increase his cultivation speed and increase his lifespan, no matter who it was, they would definitely be tempted. It had to be known that everyone in this world pursued the dream of immortality. But how many people were actually able to achieve it? Even if it was just extending their lifespan by a few years, many people would feel that it was a gift from the heavens. Ling Xiao sank into silence. Lu Wang didn't bother him. He knew that most people would find it very difficult to believe his words, and he would need some time to seriously consider them. After a while, Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Lu Wang. I can agree to your request, but I want to verify whether or not your words are true. How do I verify them for you to believe? Asked Lu Wang. Let me take a drop of the 10,000-year tree sap right now. If it works, then we'll have a deal. If it doesn't, then there's no need to talk about it, said Ling Xiao as he pointed at the star-like droplet of water. All right, no problem, Lu Wang readily agreed. Chapter 76. After Lu Wang agreed, a drop of 10,000-year tree sap floated in front of Ling Xiao. I don't know how many years I've existed for, but it can't be less than 15,000 years. I've only managed to condense 100 drops of 10,000-year tree sap, and each drop contains my essence energy. I'll give you one drop in hopes that you'll keep your promise. Lu Wang painfully looked at that drop of 10,000-year tree sap. These were more than 100 drops of 10,000-year tree sap that had accumulated for more than 10,000 years. Each drop was where its profound chi resided. If one drop was lost, it would need at least 1,000 years to condense again. How could it not feel the pain? Seeing Lu Wang's pained expression, Ling Xiao impatiently opened his mouth and sucked in that drop of 10,000-year tree sap. Immediately, a cool and refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. Awesome, Ling Xiao couldn't help praising. Then something miraculous happened. A vast and pure energy spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. The three-part origin energy and the Wuxia 5 transformation art both began to circulate, crazily devouring that pure energy. The pure energy was instantly divided into two. Half of it was absorbed into the dantian, which was filled and warm. The other part of the energy was divided into the meridians. Several small meridians were instantly broken open. The other half was absorbed into every part of the body, which stimulated the activity of all the cells in the body. His limbs and internal organs were all nourished, especially the tendons and meridians. After absorbing the energy, they became more than twice as tough as before. They faintly glowed with a golden light. This was the sign of success in the second transformation of the Wuxia 5 transformations formula, tendon refining. In the past, when cultivating the second transformation, refining tendons, he would need to absorb medicinal energy to strengthen his tendons. Now, this drop of 10,000-year tree sap was the best tonic, allowing him to instantly make progress in the second transformation. Ling Xiao's mind shook, and he didn't dare dally. He immediately sat down cross-legged and focused on absorbing this pure energy. After a while, Ling Xiao's entire body was covered with a green light, like that of a dragon. It was so vivid and lifelike that it was breathtaking. His skin was covered with a layer of pale golden light. The two colors intertwined, making him look very strange and holy. Ling Xiao's aura soared all the way from the initial stage of a high-level profound practitioner all the way to the intermediate stage of a high-level profound practitioner. His aura didn't stop there, directly rushing all the way to the peak of the profound practitioner level, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the profound practitioner level. At this time, Ling Xiao's aura directly stopped. When Lu Wang saw this, he stroked his green beard and thought to himself, "This kid has a resolute temperament, and he's actually able to resist the temptation of breaking through. His future prospects are limitless, and it looks like choosing him isn't a bad choice." After a long while, Ling Xiao abruptly stood up. His aura was clearly more than twice as strong as before, and his entire body was circulating with a dense life essence. A faint fragrance that was faintly discernible made one feel refreshed. He could clearly feel that his body was brimming with vitality, as if his entire body was filled with inexhaustible energy and energy. "Just like this, I've gained 100 years of lifespan." Ling Xiao spread out his hands and looked at himself in disbelief. He felt that his body had truly undergone a great change, but he still had to seek confirmation from Lu Wang. Of course, aside from the increase in lifespan, there are also great benefits. "You'll understand them in the future," Lu Wang said proudly. This time, Ling Xiao no longer doubted Lu Wang's words. "All right, I agree to your conditions. I'll let you enter my spiritual sea to recover." Ling Xiao immediately and straightforwardly agreed. He was incomparably happy inside. He had gained 100 years of lifespan for no reason at all. This was something that anyone could only dream of. After verifying it, he felt that Lu Wang's words were truly trustworthy. Perhaps letting him enter his spiritual sea really was a win-win situation. "Young friend, you'll rejoice in this decision in the future," Lu Wang said with satisfaction. "Let's talk about this later. Elder Lu, when are you going to disperse this fog?" Ling Xiao had even changed the way he addressed Lu Wang. He naturally had to show some respect after obtaining such benefits. "In 1 or 2 days. Once I retract my tree spirit qi, the fog will dissipate," Lu Wang said indifferently. "All right, then let me leave for now. If my friends don't see me, they'll probably be worried," Ling Xiao replied. Then he thought of Lung Shi and Wei Dyer outside. If they saw that he had disappeared, they would probably be worried. "All right, stay near me for the next 2 days. Don't run around. Once I've exhausted my energy, I'll naturally enter your spiritual sea. As long as you let nature take its course and don't resist, there won't be any danger. If you resist, then you'll have to bear the consequences," Lu Wang said. Following that, Ling Xiao's vision darkened, and he once again appeared in front of the giant tree. "Damn, this is too miraculous." Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lung Shi and his sister, who had been looking for Ling Xiao, also discovered Ling Xiao. Wei Dyer ran a few steps and put her hands on her hips. She looked at Ling Xiao and said angrily, "Where did you run off to just now? Why didn't you respond? I thought you were eaten by a spirit beast." Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, People have 3 urgent needs, huh? Your 3 urgent needs took too long. You actually spent more than 2 hours." Wei Dyer didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. I've been holding in for a few days." "All right, are you worried about me?" Ling Xiao laughed shamelessly and changed the topic. He didn't want to tell anyone about what happened just now because it was too unbelievable. No one would believe him even if he said it. Wei Dyer blushed slightly and spat. "Who's worried about you?" At this time, Lung Shi looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "Brother Xiao, you've actually reached the peak of the profound realm?" He remembered that Ling Xiao was just a high-level Profound Realm cultivator who had just entered the Profound Realm. Now, after just a little more than 2 hours, he had actually reached the peak of the Profound Realm. He could suddenly reach the Profound Realm at any time. This really made him speechless. Wei Dai looked at Ling Xiao once more, and her expression changed. Then she said in agreement, "You really are at the peak of the Profound Realm. There seems to be a smell. It's very fresh. Could it be that you've consumed some kind of spiritual herb? What spirit grass? I, your little brother, am extraordinarily talented. Increasing my strength is a very common thing. Could it be that you guys didn't hear that I already broke through to the Mystic Knight rank 2.5 years ago? Now I'm just slowly recovering my strength. That's all." However, Lung Shi and Wei Dai felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense. After all, they had heard of Ling Xiao's genius name. Maybe it was just as Ling Xiao said. He was only recovering his strength now. "All right, since you're fine, let's go and eat something." Lung Shi didn't think too much and immediately changed the topic. The Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf caught a middle-stage, second-level Phantom Leopard. It was enough to solve the problem of eating for the three of them. After eating the leopard meat, Ling Xiao said to Lung Shi and Wei Dai, "Brother Lung's sister, are you really going to give up on the secret territory?" The two of them looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. They had already made it clear that they didn't want to look for the secret territory anymore. They just wanted to leave the Illusion Valley. They didn't know why Ling Xiao brought it up again. "Brother Xiao, are you planning to?" Lung Shi guessed. Ling Xiao nodded without denying it. "That's right. I'm a very curious person. Since I'm already here, I want to find out what's going on. Moreover, the fog in the Illusion Valley will probably dissipate in 2 days. After 1 or 2 days, the fog in the Illusion Valley would dissipate. At that time, they would be able to recognize the path to the secret territory." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to see the secret territory. Thus, he asked Lung Shi and Wei Dai again. If they insisted on going out, he would send them out first. It would be more convenient for him to go alone. If they were still interested in exploring the secret territory, there was no harm in bringing them along. After all, Lung Shi and Wei Dai weren't weak. The fog in the Illusion Valley will dissipate? That's impossible. The Illusion Valley has been around for hundreds of years. I've never heard of the fog dispersing. Brother Xiao, I think you should give up on the secret territory. I've heard that the secret territory is guarded by a rank 3 spirit beast. I'm afraid that even a spirit master would have a hard time dealing with it." Lung Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wei Dai, who was beside him, also nodded. She thought that Ling Xiao's words couldn't be trusted. The Illusion Valley had been around for hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years. How could it be dispersed just because Ling Xiao said so? This was simply too ridiculous. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. Anyway, no matter how much he explained, they wouldn't listen to him. He would just let them wait and see. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Lung Shi and Wei Dai sat on the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf respectively and left the Illusion Valley. "That's great. We've finally left this damned place." Wei Dai couldn't help but exclaim as soon as they left the Illusion Valley. Yes, it was really dangerous this time. If Brother Xiao hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid that we would have died in the valley, Lung Shi said emotionally. After Wei Dai came down from the Golden Wolf King, she turned around and looked at the misty valley in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness as she said, "Yes, although that guy is a bit of a rascal, his abilities aren't weak. He was even able to subdue the Golden Wolf King. I hope that he can successfully find the secret territory. Oh, I hope that everything goes well for him. Come, let's go out." Lung Shi also looked at the Illusion Valley and patted Wei Dai's shoulder. At this time, the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf once again entered the mist. They wanted to return to Ling Xiao's side. Just as Lung Shi and Wei Dai were about to leave, the Illusion Valley finally started to change. Lung Shi and Wei Dai looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Their mouths were wide open, as if they couldn't believe that this was a reality. The mist above the illusory valley suddenly surged. Layers of mist rapidly surged towards the depths of the illusory valley. It was as if there was a huge whirlpool in the depths of the illusory valley that was devouring the mist. For a time, the birds and beasts in the psychedelic valley panicked and fled for their lives. The mercenaries and adventurers in the vicinity of the illusion valley all saw this shocking phenomenon. Look, the mist in the illusion valley is actually gradually disappearing. What's going on? Could it be that some kind of spiritual creature has just been born in the illusion valley? It's possible that the heaven and earth are changing. It's a pity that it's close to the depths of the mountain range, and there are many spiritual beasts that are ranked 2 and above. If we go there, we will definitely die. I heard that the Green Wolf Regiment seems to be heading in the direction of the illusion valley. Could it be that they're the cause of this commotion? If that's the case, could it be that the Green Wolf Regiment has obtained some kind of spiritual creature? It's really disappearing, Wei Dyer said in surprise as she looked at the gradually thinning mist. Yes, I really don't know how this kid did it. Longxi said with infinite emotion. Big brother, you can't be thinking that this is his doing, right? Wei Dyer asked in shock. If it's not him, who else do you think it is? Since he has already determined that the mist will disperse in 2 days, then he must know something. He just didn't tell us, Longxi said calmly. After hearing Longxi's words, Wei Dyer's body shook, and her beautiful eyes looked into the depths of the valley with indescribable feelings. If you have feelings for him, then cherish it. He might be a good choice, Longxi said as he looked at the absent-minded Wei Dyer. He's just a kid. I don't like him, Wei Dyer said with a blush on her face. She then turned around and ran away. Chapter 77. On the other side of the valley, 3 low-tier second-order greenwing cranes were flying towards the illusion valley from afar. Upon closer inspection, there were 3 people sitting on top of the 3 greenwing cranes, 2 men and 1 woman. If others were to see this scene, they would probably be shocked. Just who had the ability to ride on second-order spirit beasts? It was likely that none of the 3 great families of Meteor City had the ability or strength to do so. The most surprising thing was that the 2 men and the woman were all very young and very powerful. The most attractive one was the young girl sitting on the green wind crane in the middle. Her delicate face was covered by a white veil, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes that were as clear as autumn water. Her skin was creamy, and a few thousand willow hair fluttered in the wind. There was a blue ribbon tied around her hair, like a butterfly knot, making her look extremely graceful. A light blue armor wrapped around her exquisite body, and a rusty red belt with a phoenix embroidered on it glistened, making her look noble and extraordinary. With a single glance, one would be captivated by her graceful appearance. Although her face was covered by a veil, it wasn't hard to imagine that her peerless beauty would definitely cause others to sigh in admiration. On the green wind crane, to her right, sat an extraordinarily handsome young man. He was about 25 years old and wore a simple black martial robe. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and despite the gusts of wind causing his clothes to flutter, he remained unmoved, appearing extremely confident and elegant. His eyes were focused on the young girl in the middle, and they were filled with a strong sense of love. From time to time, an enchanting smile hung on his face as he spoke. On the green wind crane to the young girl's left was a tall and valiant young man. He was about 23 years old, and his appearance was extremely simple and honest. He only wore a short, sleeveless shirt, and the veins on his powerful arms were like spirit snakes coiling around them. The sturdy muscles on his chest tightly stretched out his sleeveless shirt, and the pair of huge axes on his back was quite eye-catching. Junior sister, look at that valley in front of us. The handsome young man pointed at the illusion valley in front of them and spoke to the young girl in the middle in surprise. The young girl indifferently replied, I see it. Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole. One would never get tired of hearing it. However, her tone revealed a sense of rejection. At this time, the simple and honest young man said, "Eighth senior brother, isn't that the Illusion Valley? I think we passed by here last year." The handsome young man replied, "That's right. It is said that this place has been formed for hundreds of years, and the fog has never dissipated. Now that it has dissipated, and the fog is rushing towards the depths. Did something happen over there? Master said that there must be a spirit object appearing when there's a heaven and earth anomaly. Eighth senior brother, do you think there will be a spirit object appearing?" The simple and honest young man scratched the back of his head and said. The handsome young man didn't answer him. Instead, he asked the girl in the middle, "Junior sister, should we go and take a look?" The girl frowned slightly, then said lightly, "Let's go and take a look. It's on the way anyway." "All right, let's go." The eighth senior brother seemed to be accustomed to the girl's indifference. He didn't mind and smiled. Subsequently, the three green-winged cranes flew towards the depths of the Illusion Gorge at full speed. In the depths of the Illusion Gorge, Xianxia was under a huge tree. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, his heart was filled with shock. Layer after layer of fog covered the tree like a swarm of bees. If it weren't for the light barrier of the tree, he would have probably become a drowned rat by now. It looks like this trip to the mountain range really wasn't in vain. Xiao couldn't help sighing inside. If he was still holed up in the back mountain of his family, he probably wouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter. Big Brother Cold Snake and my good sister should already be outside the gorge. This time they'll definitely be shocked. Haha, since they don't believe this young master's words, then I'll take the secret realm for myself. Xiao smiled to himself. Half a day later, more than half of the fog around the Illusion Valley had dissipated, and they could now see up to 50 meters in front of them. The fog had already stopped surging, but it was gradually dispersing under the bright sun. It wasn't like before when there were layers upon layers of fog that obstructed their vision. Now it was like layers upon layers of veils had been lifted, gradually revealing the barren gorge within. The gorge was continuous, but there wasn't the slightest trace of life. Only in the deepest part of the gorge was a huge tree that towered into the sky. At this time, the huge tree gradually began to shake, and a ball of green light instantly began to spread out from its surroundings. Xiao raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "Is it about to begin?" Following that, starting from the surroundings of the huge tree, the ground began to undergo a shocking change. The originally dry land gradually broke open, and the tender grass grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, it started from the tender shoots, and then the lush green grass grew. Not long after, the grass actually grew to more than half a meter tall. Not only that, some unknown wildflowers and trees also grew in an instant, and their speed was not any slower than the grass. It seemed that in just an instant, the barren gorge was actually gradually filled with lush grass, flowers that covered the mountains and plains, and trees that were plucked out of the ground. A dense spiritual energy instantly filled the entire gorge, and one would feel refreshed just by breathing. When looked at from afar, the original illusory gorge had changed. The originally boundless mist had become verdant, fresh, and exuberant with vitality. It was like an aesthetically pleasing scene had appeared spontaneously, and it caused one to feel relaxed and happy. When the gorge changed, the huge tree in the depths of the gorge was also changing. It was originally so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it, but it gradually shrunk by several times, and the leaves that were before reaching into the clouds instantly withered and shrunk. Not long after, the huge tree that towered into the sky was only the size of an ordinary tree. At this time, the tree once again underwent a huge change, turning from a tree into a skinny, green old man. This old man looked extremely exhausted, and his bent, thin body looked like a candle in the wind, about to disappear at any moment. Young friend, I'm going in," the green old man said weakly. Xiao looked at the current Lu Wang, and something seemed to stir in his heart. Without hesitation, he said, "Old Lu, please come in." Xiao relaxed his entire body, sat down, and closed his eyes. The green old man nodded slightly, and his entire body floated up, drilling into Ling Xiao's head. Whoosh! A green light directly drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and then as if he had lost consciousness, he blankly sat in place. Lu Wang smoothly entered Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. He looked at Ling Xiao's vast sea of knowledge and nodded with satisfaction. As expected, this child's sea of knowledge is several times larger than an ordinary person's. He is truly blessed by the heavens. Lu Wang looked around and then said, "Now this old man can rest in peace and recover his vitality." After saying this, Lu Wang instantly turned into a small tree and began to take root in a corner of Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Not long after, a small part of Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge turned green, and it seemed to be brimming with vitality. His sea of knowledge also gradually began to change. An hour later, the 3 green-winged cranes hovered in the air above Ling Xiao. "There's someone down there," the honest-looking young man said as he pointed at the seated Ling Xiao. "Let's go down and take a look," the handsome young man replied, and then took the lead to instruct his green-winged crane to fly down. Soon after, the young woman and the honest-looking young man followed on their green-winged cranes. Before the green-winged crane had even landed, the 3 of them jumped off its back. "Who are you? Do you know what just happened here?" The handsome young man lightly shouted at Ling Xiao. His expression was extremely arrogant, and anyone who heard him would feel extremely displeased. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still in a state of consciousness and didn't hear the handsome young man's words at all. He was still sitting cross-legged. "Eighth senior brother. He seems to be cultivating," the honest-looking young man reminded. A little high-level, profound practitioner dares to put on airs. "Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" The handsome young man snorted coldly with extreme displeasure. Ling Xiao still didn't move. At this time, the young woman to the side couldn't help but feel displeased by Ling Xiao's actions. "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know fear." The handsome young man frowned and shouted. He raised his hand, and a golden ray of light smashed towards Ling Xiao. This move was actually a powerful, profound, scholar-level move that could release profound energy. Just as the golden ray was about to land on Ling Xiao's body, a blue ray flew out from the other side and directly scattered the golden ray. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" The handsome young man looked at the young woman in confusion. That blue ray, just now, was clearly released by the young woman. The young woman lightly said, "Don't waste time here. Look around and see if you can find anything." The handsome young man unwillingly looked at Ling Xiao and obediently nodded to the young woman. Just as the 3 were about to leave, Ling Xiao let out a light groan and woke up. "Old Lu should have gone in by now, right?" Ling Xiao shook his head and muttered to himself. "Eighth senior brother, junior sister is awake." The honest-looking young man pointed at Ling Xiao and said softly. Ling Xiao looked up and was surprised. "Someone actually came. I didn't even know." The Illusion Valley had only changed for half a day, and Ling Xiao didn't expect that someone would actually come here. "Do you know what just happened here?" The handsome young man once again asked Ling Xiao arrogantly. "What happened?" "I don't know," Ling Xiao casually replied. Then his eyes lit up, and he stared straight at the young woman wearing light blue satin. He praised in his heart, "What a beautiful girl. This figure is really speechless." When the handsome young man heard Ling Xiao's casual reply, his heart was in a bad mood. Then he saw Ling Xiao actually looking at his junior sister with that vulgar gaze, and an indescribable anger rose in his heart. The young woman felt unnatural under Ling Xiao's gaze and immediately snorted in displeasure. "Stinking brat, you actually dare to offend my junior sister. Dig out your own dog eyes, and I'll spare your dog life." The handsome young man angrily cursed. Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze and dryly laughed. "Brother, don't be angry. Isn't it just looking? It's not like there's any loss. I apologize to this young lady here." He then looked at the young woman and said, "Young lady, this young man was impolite. This young man was just attracted by the young lady's heavenly beauty. please don't take offense. Bastard, how can my junior sister be blindly praised by a barbarian like you? The handsome young man's face slightly twisted, and a golden light shot out from his hand towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 78. Ling Xiao's words were genteel, but in the ears of the handsome young man, it sounded like he was flirting with his junior sister. He immediately launched an attack at Ling Xiao, wanting to make this annoying brat disappear before his eyes. Damn, it's not against the law to say something, right? Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and immediately moved to dodge the attack of the handsome young man. Boom! That golden light exploded not far away, making a burst of noise and raising a cloud of dust. Oh, you can actually dodge 8th Senior Brother's attack. The simple and honest young man said in astonishment. The young girl also revealed an astonished expression. The handsome young man also didn't expect that this little high-level profound practitioner could actually dodge his attack, but this made his heart even more determined to kill. It seems that this brat can already release his Xian energy externally and reach the Mystic Knight level. But even so, in my eyes, he is still a mere ant, unable to withstand a single blow. The handsome young man pondered, and then both of his hands began to emit a golden light. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Let's see how you can dodge my 2 fists. Xiao xiao." Another ray of golden light condensed into 2 large fists, which smashed towards Ling Xiao. This time, the speed of the 2 fists was twice as fast as the previous one. "Come at me for real. This is going to take my life," Ling Xiao shouted. When he wanted to escape, he discovered that he was locked down by the other's imposing aura. He didn't have time to escape, and the 2 golden lights directly exploded on his body. "Ah!" Ling Xiao screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew more than 10 meters away and fell into the grass, not getting up again. "Can't withstand a single blow. Let's go and see if there are any spirit items nearby," the handsome young man said disdainfully and then smiled towards the young girl. He thought that Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die after receiving his attack, so he didn't go up to check. The young girl glanced at the direction where Ling Xiao fell and then nodded. The 3 of them then left. After the 3 of them left for a while, Ling Xiao let out a light cry and bounced up from the ground. "Damn, luckily my body is tough, or else I would really die here. I didn't expect that guy to be at Mystic Knight rank at such a young age. He seems to be even stronger than Brother Lung Shi. Looks like he has at least the strength of a high-level Mystic Knight. The other 2's aura are very strong, especially that girl. I actually can't see through her. Could she be a spirit master? That's impossible," Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked in the direction in which they had left. Just now, he had received an attack from the handsome young man and was indeed injured, but it wasn't to the extent of taking his life. Right now, his Vajra 5 transformation art's 2nd stage, Refining Tendons, was already at the middle stage. He could withstand an attack from a middle stage Mystic Knight and be fine. Just now, the handsome young man only used half of his strength, so Ling Xiao was safe and sound. The reason why he chose to pretend to be dead was because he didn't have the confidence to defeat the 3 of them. If it was just the handsome young man, he could try his best. However, the 3 of them were much stronger than him, so he could only choose to avoid them. In any case, a wise man knows when to fight when the odds are against him. Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who was all brawn and no brains. Although that girl covered her face, from her figure, she is definitely a super beauty. This kind of beauty is suitable to be my wife. Next time I see her, I definitely won't let her go. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao thought about the girl just now, and his heart surged with an unprecedented desire to possess her. However, before that, I still have to think of a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I can't even beat the flies around her, how can I chase after her? Ling Xiao thought about it from another perspective, and in this way, he encouraged himself to cultivate diligently. At the same time, he sat down and began to cultivate his mystic art. Ling Xiao didn't forget to improve his strength at all times. It was precisely because he knew that every super expert reached the peak through unremitting efforts, and not just relying on Tenbin alone could decide everything. If he didn't work hard, he might be able to become an expert in the end, but it was impossible to reach that kind of super expert. Ling Xiao had consumed a drop of the 10,000-year tree's sap, and his profound energy had long reached the peak of a high-level profound practitioner. If he hadn't suppressed his energy, he was afraid that he would have already become a low-level profound practitioner. At that time, he didn't choose to break through, mainly because he wasn't ready yet. His essence and qi hadn't merged yet, and if he had forcefully broken through, it would have damaged his foundation. Regarding this, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He planned to wait until he was in his best condition, then he would choose to break through. Now, he was trying his best to compress his energy, purify his profound energy to a certain degree, and then split the profound energy to break through the first stage of the 3 parts returning to origin qi, the second stage of the channel opening realm. There were 365 blocked meridians in his body, and Ling Xiao had already opened 34 of them. He only needed to open another 331 to cultivate the 3 parts returning to origin qi to the second stage, and enter the third stage, the wide acupoint realm. Every time he broke through a stage of the 3 parts returning to origin qi, Ling Xiao's profound energy would circulate faster and faster. This was greatly beneficial to his cultivation, and his advancement was also very fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone from a cripple to a high-level profound practitioner in just a few short months. Another day passed, and Ling Xiao barely managed to open another meridian. He had already opened 25 meridians in his body. 2 hours later, the Gold Wolf King and the Blue Fire Wolf returned to Ling Xiao's side, and they even brought back a second-tier low-level spirit beast for Ling Xiao to enjoy. After eating the meat, Ling Xiao's profound energy was very abundant, and his mental state was excellent. All right, it's time to find that secret realm. Once I find it, I can go back. I believe that the old master won't blame me if he sees me advancing so quickly, right? Ling Xiao sat on the Gold Wolf King's back and leisurely headed towards the depths of the desolate mountain range. 2 days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the boundary between the outer and inner regions of the mountain range. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered many second-tier, mid, and high-level spirit beasts, and there were even groups of them. Fortunately, the Gold Wolf King and the Blue Fire Wolf were there. If they could win, they would fight, and if they couldn't, they would run. Otherwise, they would also become food for the spirit beasts. In front of him, there was a huge, bottomless chasm that deeply separated the outer and inner regions. Under the dark bottom of the chasm, gusts of cold wind surged up from the chasm, causing Ling Xiao to unconsciously shrink his body. It's so cold, the other side should be in the depths of the mountain range, right? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the mountain range across the chasm. According to the map of the secret realm should be nearby. It can't be under this chasm, right? Ling Xiao held his chin as he pondered. Ling Xiao remembered that the map of the secret realm from Wei Dyer indicated that the final location of the secret realm should be around here. As for the specific location, it wasn't stated, but it was said that there was a third-tier spirit beast nearby. This caused Ling Xiao to be in a bit of a dilemma. Xiao Jin, feel around and see if there are any strong spirit beasts nearby. Ling Xiao patted the head of the Gold Wolf King and asked, Master, there are a few spirit beasts of the same rank as me nearby, but I haven't found any that are much stronger than me, the Gold Wolf King replied. Spirit beasts were very sensitive, and they could sense the aura of all spirit beasts within a radius of 100 miles. Strange, it can't be on the other side, right? Maybe this is just a scam? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. Forget it. Let's take a look around here first. Ling Xiao made up his mind, and then he rode the Gold Wolf King around to see if he could find anything. After walking around for a long time, he didn't find anything, so he had no choice but to find a place to rest. At night, The cool breeze was like water, and the beautiful moon was like a plate. Within the mountain range, the roars of spirit beasts rang out incessantly. Ling Xiao gnawed on some dried meat as he rested against a tree. The Gold Wolf King was not far away, and it breathed in at the beautiful moon. It spat out a beast core the size of half a fist. The beast core emitted a faint golden aura, and the aura of a wolf king spread out, causing the Xianxia wolf to prostrate on the ground, its eyes filled with reverence. Rays of gentle light descended from the beautiful moon, shining directly on the beast core. The beast core gradually showed signs of surging. So this is how spirit beasts cultivate. Ling Xiao looked at the Gold Wolf King and finally understood how spirit beasts cultivated. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant, and the Gold Wolf King also withdrew its beast core, revealing its sharp fangs. The Xianxia Wolf King did the same. Immediately after, a two-headed lion crazily ran towards Ling Xiao's group. "Master, this fellow is even stronger than me." The Gold Wolf King immediately sent a message to Ling Xiao. "What a strong fellow, but it doesn't look too good. Did it encounter a spirit beast, even stronger than itself?" Ling Xiao worriedly looked at the 4-meter-long, two-headed lion. "Master, hurry up, it's coming towards us." The Gold Wolf King bared its fangs and stared at the two-headed lion as it sent a message to Ling Xiao. "No rush, it's only a bit stronger than you. We don't need to be afraid of it." Ling Xiao pulled out his sword, secretly on guard. The Gold Wolf King and the Xianxia Wolf King retreated to Ling Xiao's side. Roar, roar. The two-headed lion continued to run, howling at Ling Xiao and the two wolves. The two wolves also howled, wanting to fight the two-headed lion to the end. Who knew that, just as the two-headed lion was about to reach Ling Xiao's group, it suddenly changed directions and didn't attack them. "Little brother in front, can you help me block that two-headed lion for a bit? I'll reward you handsomely." A loud voice came from not far away. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This voice actually contained a powerful Xian energy, causing him to feel a sense of oppression that made him unable to disobey. It was the same aura that he had felt when he faced the Li family patriarch and the Lan family patriarch in the inner courtyard of the Ling family. "It's definitely a spirit master," Ling Xiao thought. Following that, the voice came again. "Little brother, can you help block it?" This time, the voice was getting closer. It was obvious that it was approaching at an extremely fast speed. "Xiao Jin, Xiao Yin, block that two-headed lion." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before ordering. The two-headed lion had already run in another direction. The Gold Wolf King had the wind attribute, so it instantly caught up to the two-headed lion and blocked it. The Xianxia Wolf King followed from behind. The two-headed lion was forced to stop and immediately opened its mouth to spit out thick flames at the Gold Wolf King and the Xianxia Wolf King. After this block, the person who had spoken finally arrived behind the two-headed lion. "Good fellow, I've had a hard time chasing it." Chapter 79. Ling Xiao looked over and saw an ordinary-looking old man wearing a gray robe appear in front of him. This old man was around 60 years old and was slightly chubby. He wasn't tall and looked very ordinary at first glance. However, when you saw him attack, you wouldn't think that he was just an ordinary old man. He roared and grabbed the twin-headed lion's tail with one hand. The twin-headed lion seemed to be very afraid of this old man and immediately roared. It ignored the Gold Wolf King and Xianxia Wolf as it tried to run away. If you still want to run, you've lost all my face." The old man snorted coldly and moved forward again, his old hand immediately grabbing the twin-headed lion's tail. Following this, Ling Xiao saw a scene that shocked him. The old man actually pulled the twin-headed lion that weighed a few hundred kilograms with his bare hands and flung it away. Boom! The huge lion's body heavily smashed into a large tree, causing the tree to break. The twin-headed lion roared and crawled back up, wanting to escape again. Unfortunately, the old man had already arrived in front of it. With a loud roar, his fist heavily smashed into the lion's body. The old man didn't stop there and continuously threw out a few punches, each one landing on the lion's body. The twin-headed lion let out a series of pitiful cries. In the end, it didn't even have the strength to fight back and softly fell to the ground. When the Gold Wolf King and Cyan Fire Wolf saw this scene, they quickly retreated to Ling Xiao's side, their bodies trembling slightly. "Master, this human is very strong." The Gold Wolf King transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. "Yes, I know," Ling Xiao replied as he gripped his sword tightly. Now, he was 100% sure that this person was a spirit master, but he just didn't know what level he was at. In terms of aura, this person was almost on par with his grandfather, but he didn't know who was stronger or weaker. The twin-headed lion was beaten to death by the old man's bare hands. Following this, the old man turned his head and called out to Ling Xiao. "Young man, let me borrow your weapon. I forgot to bring it when I left." Ling Xiao's face darkened. This old man was really impolite. Did he not know that the weapon in his hand was a mid-tier Tier 2 weapon worth several thousand gold coins? However, when he thought about how the other party was a spirit master, why would he care about his two small weapons? Thus, he threw the blue crystal sword at the old man without hesitation. After the elder received the blue crystal sword, he flicked the blade with his finger, making a crisp sound. "Oh, not bad. It's a pity that the quality is a bit low." The elder evaluated the blue crystal sword. Then, he waved the blue crystal sword to dissect the twin-headed lion. Not long after, the twin-headed lion was dissected by the old man. The old man pulled out the sinister blue veins and a row of sharp fangs. The old man put them all into his bag. "Young man, there are still a lot of things here. Do you need them?" The old man turned around and asked Ling Xiao. The entire body of the high-tier Tier 2 twin-headed lion was a treasure. Other than the blue veins and fangs, the lion's brain and fur. These were all worth a lot of gold coins. The old man only took the blue veins and the fangs. He didn't want the rest. Ling Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "Old man, there's still a lot of good things here. Don't you want them?" "Hee, these things are useless to me. Bringing them along will only be a burden. Young man, if you need them, you can take them. However, leave a few pieces of lion meat for me to roast." The old man laughed and threw the blue crystal sword back to Ling Xiao as he spoke. "Then I won't be polite," Ling Xiao replied. He then took the lion's brain, fur, and a few other valuable things. Then he cut out a large piece of meat and called out to the Golden Wolf King and Cyan Fire Wolf to divide the remaining lion meat. "Young man, are these your spiritual beasts to protect you?" The old man had been paying attention to the two spiritual beasts for a long time. When he saw Ling Xiao instruct the two spiritual beasts to divide the lion meat, he was shocked. Ling Xiao said proudly, "These are spiritual beasts that I tamed a few days ago. I felt that their strength was not bad, so I let them follow me." "Haha, young man, you need to be sincere. These two spirit beasts are much stronger than you, so I don't believe that you can subdue them. They should have been raised by your elders since you were young, right?" The elder smiled with his eyes narrowed. A high-tier Tier 2 Wind Wolf and a mid-tier Tier 2 Cyan Fire Wolf were both much stronger than Ling Xiao. The old man naturally didn't believe that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and didn't explain. He then found some dry firewood nearby and started a fire. He placed the lion meat on it to roast. "What is your name, old man?" Ling Xiao felt bored and couldn't help but ask as he roasted the meat. "My surname is Li. People call me Elderly," the old man replied. "Elderly?" Ling Xiao was confused. He felt that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "Young man, what should I call you? You came to the mountain range alone to train. This place is the closest to the inner area, and there are many Tier 2 and above spiritual beasts here. Don't you feel afraid?" The old man who called himself Elderly sized up Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "Elderly, you can just call me Ling Xiao. I sneaked out here to train. It's not good for me to stay at home and train." "You're a descendant of the Ling family?" Elderly asked in astonishment. "Yes." "Elderly, are you also from Meteor City?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao felt that the old man in front of him didn't have any malicious intentions. He seemed very easygoing, so he didn't mind telling the truth. If this old man really wanted to do something to him, then even 10 of him wouldn't be his opponent. I'm also from Meteor City, and I'm old friends with your clan's leader, Ling Tsang. Elderly stroked his beard and laughed. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. When did the Ling family raise these two spiritual beasts? So you know my grandfather. Then I'll have to call you Elderly, Ling Xiao said in a flattering manner. This person was a spirit master, a first-class expert in Meteor City. If Ling Xiao could build a relationship with him, then it would only be beneficial. Oh, so you're Ling Tsang's grandson. Not bad, not bad. You're so young, and you're about to break through to the mystic realm. It seems that your Ling family will have another strong person in the future. Elderly was stunned for a moment before praising Ling Xiao. Elder, you're flattering me. Here, this meat is for you, Ling Xiao said modestly as he handed over the roasted meat. Elderly couldn't help but take it and eat it in big bites. Ling Xiao roasted another piece for himself and asked, Elderly, did you come to the mountain range to catch this twin-headed lion? That's not it. My goal is to go to the other side and get some good materials to forge a few weapons, Elderly replied casually. He didn't have the slightest arrogance of an expert at all. Forge weapons, Ling Xiao murmured, then looked at Elderly with wide eyes and exclaimed, Elder, you're Meteor City's chief refining master, Masterly? What chief refining master? It's just a title given by others, Elderly said with a wave of his hand. So if it's Masterly, this junior has been disrespectful, Ling Xiao quickly said respectfully. The old man in front of him was Meteor City's only third-tier refining master, Masterly Kong. In Meteor City, Li Su enjoyed a very distinguished status. All the major clans had to treat him as a distinguished guest because most of the high-level weapons in Meteor City were forged by him or his disciples. More importantly, he was the only one in Meteor City who could forge a third-tier profound weapon. For any martial artist, having a weapon in hand would greatly enhance their battle prowess. Especially the higher the level of a weapon, the more unexpected it could be used to kill the enemy. Therefore, most martial artists would carry a weapon with them in order to enhance their battle prowess. Refining masters who could forge high-level weapons were very rare, so their status was especially noble. Especially a third-tier refining master like Li Su, he enjoyed a supreme status. What Masterly? You're not bad. Just call me Elderly like before. When we return to Meteor City, I'll refine these two weapons and upgrade them. They should be able to reach the high second tier. It can also be considered as a credit for helping me block the twin-headed lion, Li Su said with a wave of his hand. Then many thanks, Elderly, Ling Xiao replied. He was very proud in his heart. He didn't expect that the old man he randomly met was actually the most famous refining master in the city. Moreover, he even promised to help him upgrade his weapons. This made him very happy. There were many second-tier weapons in Meteor City, but high second-tier weapons and above were very rare. In the clan, those deacons only carried middle second-tier weapons. Until now, no one had used a high second-tier weapon. When Ling Xiao asked the Grand Elder for a weapon, he knew that the Grand Elder had a collection, but the Grand Elder didn't give it to him. He wanted to wait until he reached the middle stage of the profound realm before he was willing to let him use it. It could be seen that the value of a high second-tier weapon was very extraordinary. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem very satisfied with this. He asked tentatively, Elderly, do you think my weapon can be upgraded to a third-tier profound weapon? Weapons were divided into 5 levels and 10 ranks. They were mortal, profound, spirit, sacred, and divine. Every 2 ranks was a rank, and those that reached the 3rd rank were called profound weapons. Hearing this, Li Su's face darkened. He said unhappily, Do you think that profound weapons can be forged at any time? To forge a profound weapon, other than using high-grade materials, you also need the beast core of a third-tier spirit beast. A third-tier spirit beast is equivalent to a spirit master. Do you think you can catch one so easily? So that's how it is. Elderly, don't blame me for not being sensible. Ling Xiao hurriedly apologized. In his heart, he was despising third-tier refining masters. If Li Su heard what Ling Xiao said in his heart, he was afraid that he would immediately slap him off. The dignified chief refining master of Meteor City was looked down upon by such a kid. It was really a great irony. All right, elderly, do you still accept disciples? What do you think of my aptitude? Ling Xiao asked while rubbing his hands. He was thinking that since refining masters were so popular, why not learn it himself? With his aptitude, he would be able to learn it quickly. Li Su looked up and down at Ling Xiao and said, "Let's talk about it after you break through to the profound night realm. Refining masters are the same as alchemy masters. They both need to be martial artists with fire attributes to learn. Moreover, I advise you not to put your mind on this. I believe that Ling Tsang will not allow you to take me as your master. To become a refining master requires a lot of energy, and this will delay your cultivation. If you don't have the patience to learn, it will only ruin your future." Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, "Then forget it." He thought that with such a handsome person like him going to forge iron, it would only damage his image. If he was an alchemy master, he would consider it. Chapter 80. When Ling Xiao woke up on the next day, Li Su was nowhere to be found. However, from his conversation with Li Su last night, he knew that Li Su was about to enter the inner region of the mountain range. According to Li Su, there was a bridge not far from here that led to the depths of the inner region. However, this bridge was abnormally dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into the abyss. Even after crossing the bridge, the spirit beasts in the inner region were at least at the second level, and third-level spirit beasts were also common. In the depths of the inner region, there were also fourth and fifth-level spirit beasts. He advised Ling Xiao not to casually step into the inner region of the mountain range. Ling Xiao knew that what Li Su said was the truth, and he didn't have the courage to enter the inner region for the time being unless he became a high-level mystic cultivator and had the ability to protect himself. Ling Xiao continued to search for the secret realm. He was thinking that if he couldn't find the secret realm in 3 days, he would give up and go back. He had been out for more than a month, and if he didn't go back soon, his family and the old master would be worried. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. There are no third-level spirit beasts around here. Where could it be? Ling Xiao still hadn't found anything, and he was becoming more and more uncertain about this so-called secret realm. Forget it. It seems like it's really just a scam. I'd better go back. Ling Xiao muttered to himself in disappointment. He had completely given up on continuing to search for the secret realm. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the blue flame wolf growled a few times at the Golden Wolf King. Then the Golden Wolf King transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. "Master, Little Flame found something." "Found what?" "Let's go take a look," Ling Xiao said in surprise. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the abyss, and the blue flame wolf kept growling at the bottom. Ling Xiao shrank back and walked to the edge of the abyss. He stuck his head down to take a look, and gusts of cold wind blew at him, making him feel cold. Didn't find anything? Ling Xiao took a few glances and saw that there were only some weeds at the bottom of the cliff and nothing else. Just as he was about to shrink his head back, his pupils shrank, and he immediately exclaimed, That's Een windgrass." More than 10 meters below the cliff, there were 3 gray grasses which were obviously Een windgrasses. The Een windgrass was a high-rank 3-wind attribute spirit grass. When Solitary Eagle pledged allegiance to him, he gave him a stalk of Een windgrass. He didn't expect it to grow under the cliff of the abyss at the border of the 2 worlds. Moreover, there was more than 1 stalk. There were 3 in total. If he hadn't obtained the Een wind grass from Solitary Eagle before, he would have only regarded these 3 stalks as ordinary weeds. After all, they were small and inconspicuous, making it hard for people to notice them. However, Ling Xiao wasn't overwhelmed by this sudden joy. He hurriedly retreated because he knew that a place with chilling wind grass would usually have chilling wind beasts. Chilling wind beasts were powerful rank 3 spirit beasts. Even if he and his 2 spirit wolves joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for them. Xiao Jin, can you see if there are any particularly powerful fellows nearby? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King sensed for a moment and said, Master, I really didn't find any powerful fellows. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he muttered to himself, could it be that there aren't any wind beasts guarding this place? This time, Ling Xiao hesitated. 3 high rank, 3 wind grass. This was a spirit grass that could be auctioned for an astronomical price. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted, but he was also afraid that there were powerful spirit beasts guarding them. He was afraid that they would be eaten before he could obtain the spirit grass. Master, I want to eat those 3 stalks of grass. They can increase my combat strength, the Golden Wolf King said. The Golden Wolf King was a variant 3-eyed wind wolf. In addition to having the metal attribute, it also had the wind attribute. If it ate the high-rank 3 wind grass, it would definitely be able to greatly increase its strength. Ling Xiao asked again, are you sure that there aren't any powerful fellows nearby? Master, there really aren't any. My senses can't be wrong. The Golden Wolf King replied with certainty. Damn, let's go all out. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and made up his mind to obtain these 3 wind grass. As the saying goes, seeking wealth amidst danger. Without any risk, there wouldn't be any benefits. Ling Xiao looked for some grass vines nearby. Then he tied them together tightly. After he made sure that there were no problems, he walked back to the abyss and tied the grass vines to a big tree. Xiao Jin, you must watch it carefully. Don't let anything break this grass vine. Otherwise, your most handsome master will die, understand? Ling Xiao solemnly told the Golden Wolf King. Yes, master. The Golden Wolf King replied. Following that, Ling Xiao also tied the grass vines to his body and slowly climbed down the cliff. Gusts of wind and evil qi surged up from below. Ling Xiao had no choice but to circulate his profound energy to protect his body, but he still felt extremely cold and uncomfortable. The yin qi is really heavy. No wonder it can grow windgrass. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and carefully climbed down. If he was the slightest bit careless and fell into this bottomless abyss, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. At this time, 3 low-rank 2 green wind cranes flew past in the sky. There are 2 spirit wolves down there. A simple and honest youth sitting on a green wind crane said in astonishment. What's so strange about this? We're about to enter the inner area. There are many high-ranked spirit beasts here. A handsome youth sitting on another green wind crane replied. Only the veiled girl in the middle didn't say anything. Weren't these the 3 people Ling Xiao met a few days ago? There's still people down there. The simple and honest youth was surprised again. This time, the handsome youth curled his lips and didn't reply. It was obvious that he was getting impatient with the simple and honest youth. 8th Senior. The simple and honest youth called out to the handsome youth. Junior, what's wrong? The handsome youth replied impatiently. Isn't that the person down there the one you killed a few days ago? The simple and honest youth asked. How was that possible? The handsome youth didn't believe him, but he still looked down. It really is that stinking brat. He didn't die. This time, I'll make sure you die without a burial. The handsome youth's killing intent surged. He didn't think that his opponent would be able to survive his attack. He was furious. Just as the handsome youth was about to order his green wind crane to fly down, the girl finally spoke. She nervously said, Let's go, it's a rank 3 lightning eagle. Screech. Not far away, a large black eagle let out a cry and flew towards them. As soon as the black eagle cried out, the 3 green wind cranes began to sway. It was obvious that they were extremely afraid of the eagle. However, just as the 3 of them were about to retreat, they saw the eagle fly down the cliff. The Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Flame Wolf howled at the black eagle, but they were constantly retreating. They knew that this eagle was far stronger than them. Master, there's a powerful fellow coming. The Golden Wolf King didn't forget to send a mental message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already very close to the 3 wind grasses, but as soon as he heard the Golden Wolf King's mental message, his hands trembled and he slid down a few meters, passing the wind grasses. Damn, what a huge eagle! Ling Xiao looked up and saw a black shadow that blotted out the sky, swooping down on him. He was horrified, not daring to hesitate. Ling Xiao grabbed onto the vines and used all his strength to climb up. He didn't even dare touch the 3 wind grasses. Nothing was more important than his own life. Unfortunately, he still wasn't fast enough. The lightning eagle's claws were already reaching for him. Crap! Ling Xiao let out a startled cry. Being in midair, there was nothing he could do. He could only allow the lightning eagle to do whatever it wanted. The lightning eagle grabbed Ling Xiao's body with a single claw, and with another cry, it directly pulled Ling Xiao into the air. The vines binding Ling Xiao were instantly torn apart. Haha, damnable bastard. It seems even spirit beasts don't want to let you off. The handsome youth in the air couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Quick, it's flying towards us, the girl cried out once more. She didn't dare to hesitate and urged her green wind crane to flee. The other 2 ewes also didn't dare to linger and also urged their green wind cranes to flee. Screech! The lightning eagle cried out once more, and a wind blade shot out towards the handsome youth's green wind crane. The green wind crane didn't even have time to dodge, and its wings were cut by the wind blade. It let out a startled cry and immediately began to fall. No! Junior brother, save me! The handsome youth cried out, and before he could stabilize himself, he also fell from the sky. He was several hundred meters in the air. Even a spirit master would die if he fell from that height. 8th senior brother. The honest-looking youth called out, and immediately had his green wind crane fly down to catch the handsome youth. Whoosh! The handsome youth landed on the honest-looking youth's green wind crane, and his face was deathly pale as he let out a sigh of relief. You guys quickly flee down. I'll deal with it. The girl took out her soft sword and stood on the green wind crane as it charged towards the lightning eagle. Ling Xiao, who was under the claws of the lightning eagle, looked at the valiant and formidable girl in blue and thought to himself, how beautiful. The rank 3 spirit beast already had its own consciousness, and it knew that someone was challenging its overlord's dignity in the air. It once again spat out a wind blade towards the girl. However, the girl's strength was not ordinary, and the soft sword in her hand also sent out a blue light. Boom! It was as beautiful as a blue firework in the air. How terrifying! Could it be that girl also has the strength of a spirit master? Ling Xiao looked at the clash in front of him, and his heart went wild with shock. 8th senior brother, let's go support junior sister. The honest-looking youth asked the handsome youth behind him. The handsome youth was a bit scared, and he said, it's better not go. Junior sister's strength is far above ours, and I believe that she can escape the lightning eagle. He had been scared out of his wits by the lightning eagle just now. So how would he dare to go up and fight? Wouldn't that be seeking his own death? No. What if something happens to junior sister? The honest-looking youth disagreed, and then he urged the green wind crane to fly up again. Are you crazy? If you want to go, then go by yourself. Put me down first. The handsome youth anxiously shouted. Boom, boom. A few more energy clashed in the air. AI, 8th senior brother, I've misjudged you. The honest-looking youth sighed and unwillingly watched the battle in the sky. He then forced the green wind crane to descend, and the senior brother on his back jumped to the ground. After the handsome youth jumped down without hesitation, the honest-looking youth once again urged the green wind crane to fly up. At the same time, he took out the 2 huge axes on its back and shouted, Junior sister, I'll help you. Chapter 81. The simple and honest-looking youth's pair of silver axes shone brilliantly. With one look, one could tell that it was at least a second-tier, mid-tier weapon. He stood on the back of the green wind crane and brandished his axes. Two earthy yellow rays of light shot towards the lightning eagle from behind. He had originally thought that it would cause some damage to the lightning eagle, but who knew that the lightning eagle seemed to have grown eyes on its back and dodged upwards, using its claws to block the attack with Ling Xiao. The pitiful Ling Xiao was directly hit by the two earthy yellow rays of light. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take two solid hits. He let out a startling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was tossing and turning. He was clearly already seriously injured, but he still roared at the simple and honest-looking youth. "Big guy, can your eyes work a little better? Are you trying to murder me for money?" I didn't do it on purpose. Sorry, I just wanted to help my junior sister." The simple and honest-looking youth apologized apologetically. "Senior brother, you go down first. You're not its match." The young girl on the green wind crane on the other side called out to the simple and honest-looking youth. At this time, the lightning eagle no longer paid attention to the young girl and directly turned to pounce at the simple and honest-looking youth. It was obviously angry that it had just been ambushed. "Damn mongrel, I'm not afraid of you." The simple and honest-looking youth was not afraid of the lightning eagle pouncing at him. Instead, he slapped his huge axe to meet it. "Senior brother, run." The young girl immediately cried out in alarm. She condensed a strong Xian energy in her hand and swung her sword through the air. A blue sword aura that was 10 times stronger than what a normal high-level Xian cultivator could use flew towards the lightning eagle. The lightning eagle seemed to have been prepared. Its body nimbly tilted and it dodged the attack. At the same time, its huge wings danced and actually flashed out 2 purple rays of lightning towards the simple and honest-looking youth. Thunder attribute attack. Ling Xiao, who was under the claws of the lightning eagle, cried out in alarm. Generally, attributes were divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, there were also other attributes, such as wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Of the 9 attributes, the one with the strongest attack power wasn't the metal or fire attributes, but the lightning attribute. Heavenly lightning had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those who possessed the lightning attribute would also need to absorb the power of heavenly lightning to cultivate their bodies, allowing their bodies to reach the pinnacle. Then, they would be able to use heavenly lightning as their strongest attack. However, this Type 3 lightning eagle seemed to only be able to use its own attributes to attack. It had yet to summon the heavenly lightning to attack. Even so, its attacks were still terrifying. The purple lightning crackled, and the surrounding air was torn apart. The simple and honest young man's expression changed. The green wind crane didn't even have time to dodge, so he could only grit his teeth and wave his pair of gigantic axes, sending dozens of profound energy to meet the lightning. Boom! The simple and honest young man's move was completely useless, and he was directly engulfed by the lightning. The lightning directly struck his body, causing him to let out a blood-curdling screech as he flew down from the sky. Fortunately, his mount, the green wind crane, caught him in time, allowing him to survive. However, looking at his charred and miserable state, it was impossible for him to continue fighting. "Senior brother," the young girl cried out, and her beautiful eyes revealed a dense, killing intent. She waved the flexible sword in her hand repeatedly, and streams of water-like spiritual energy converged. She can actually gather spiritual energy? This impossible. Ling Zhao's expression was filled with shock as he watched the young girl actually gather the spiritual energy in the air. It must be known that this was a powerful move that only super experts of the king stage could use. At the profound practitioner stage, one could condense profound energy to cultivate. Once the profound energy reached a certain level, one could force the body to release it, and this was equivalent to successfully breaking through to the profound scholar stage. At the Spirit Master stage, one could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. At that time, the body would not be cultivating profound energy, but spiritual energy. However, a spirit master could only absorb spiritual energy to cultivate and could not mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack. If one could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack, then it would only be possible after reaching the king stage. The young girl in front of him was at most a low-level spirit master, but she could mobilize spiritual energy to attack. This was too unimaginable. The handsome young man below stared at the battle in midair and muttered to himself in shock. Junior's sister is going to use that move. It's really terrifying. I believe that she can definitely kill this mixed fur beast. On the other side, the Golden Wolf King and Xianxia Wolf continuously howled. They were both worried for Ling Xiao, especially the Golden Wolf King. This concerned its life, and if Ling Xiao died, it could only be buried with Ling Xiao. The spiritual energy around the young girl continued to gather, and her aura continued to rise, creating an enormous pressure in the surroundings. The veil covering her face was soaked by the sweat on her cheeks. It could be seen that it was not easy for her to use this move. The lightning eagle obviously sensed the power of this move. It raised its head to the sky and let out a cry, spitting out a few wind blades. Its wings flapped at the same time, and a few bolts of lightning mixed with the wind swept towards the young girl. What an intense battle. I'm afraid that even a high-level mystic cultivator would be smashed to smithereens if they were hit by one of the bolts of energy. Ling Xiao was under the eagle's claws and forgot about his own safety. He looked at the shocking battle in front of him and thought in shock. Just at this moment, the young girl cried out in surprise. She swung her flexible sword. The already condensed water, spiritual energy, was like a ball of water. It contained a powerful destructive power as it collided with the lightning eagle's wind blades and thunder lightning. Boom, boom. The incomparably swift and fierce attack made an explosive sound in midair. The huge water spiritual energy ball dispersed the wind blades and lightning and continued to smash towards the lightning eagle. Screech! The lightning eagle cried out in shock and flapped its huge wings. Another few bolts of lightning shot out, and, at the same time, its claws loosened, and Ling Xiao fell from midair. The lightning eagle escaped the powerful attack, but many feathers on its lower abdomen were shaken off. Save me! Ling Xiao waved his limbs like a tortoise in midair and cried out. This was a few hundred meters in the air. If he fell like this, there was no way he could survive. Damn it! Didn't they say that good people will be rewarded? How could such a good person like this young master have such a short life? Heavens! You really have eyes, but can't see. Ling Xiao fell into endless despair and roared angrily. He was unwilling to accept this. He had died twice at such a young age. No one wanted to die. Elder Lu, come out and save me. Ling Xiao was at his wit's end. He thought of Lu Wang in his sea of consciousness and kept calling for him. Unfortunately, Lu Wang didn't respond. As his body fell faster and faster, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and accepted the call of the god of death again. Suddenly, he fell onto something soft and fluffy. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and shouted, "Could it be that this young master didn't die because of his luck? If you don't want to die, then shut up." A clear and melodious voice rang out next to Ling Xiao's ear. Ling Xiao finally saw the situation clearly. He was sitting on the azure wind crane, and it was the young woman who had been fighting the lightning eagle that had saved him. Fairy, many thanks for saving my life." Ling Xiao hurriedly thanked the young woman who was half reclining on the azure wind crane, but in his heart, he was thinking, what a fragrant smell, and what a great figure. The young woman didn't have time to pay attention to Ling Xiao. She used a forbidden technique and powerlessly clung to the azure wind crane, urging it to escape. The lightning eagle was the overlord of the sky, and it was no match for the young woman. On the ground, there might be a chance for survival. Unfortunately, the difference in level between the green wind crane and the lightning condor was just too great. Moreover, the girl's extremely powerful attack had completely enraged the lightning condor. Although it hadn't been hit in a vital spot, it had still caused it to lose quite a few feathers. It swore to kill this damned human. With a few flaps of its wings, it instantly arrived in front of the azure wind crane. This time, the lightning eagle didn't use any elemental attacks. It just pecked at the azure wind crane with its beak, and its claws weren't idle either. It directly clawed at the azure wind crane's wings. The azure wind crane let out a cry, and its body swayed. The young woman on its back and Ling Xiao rolled into a ball and were about to fall to the side. Fortunately, Ling Xiao managed to grab onto the azure wind crane's feathers in time, and he used his other hand to hold onto the young woman's delicate body. The lightning eagle looked at the young woman and Ling Xiao's miserable struggle, and it seemed to be even more pleased with itself. It once again pecked at the azure wind crane's neck, and a large piece of flesh was pecked off. The azure wind crane swayed a few times and then directly fell to the ground. The young woman on its back and Ling Xiao both cried out in surprise. The young woman's veil was blown away by the wind. A beautiful face suddenly appeared right in front of Ling Xiao. That tender face was as smooth as jade, and her beautiful eyes that rippled with autumn waves were flowing with a luster that made people feel pity for her. Her eyelashes that were as long as butterflies could make any man fall in love with her. She had a delicate nose, and her lips that were half opened and half closed exhaled like orchids. Her facial features matched perfectly, as if she was filled with an immortal aura that no one could bear to profane. She was as calm as water. Coupled with her light blue silk dress that was like water, her sleeves fluttered in the wind. She was like an otherworldly fairy that descended from the heavens. Her beauty was dazzling. So beautiful. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the young woman who was only 17 or 18 years old, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was as if some part of his heart had been touched, and an unprecedented feeling welled up. The young woman frowned slightly. She didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, she kept thinking about how to save herself. Screech! When the lightning eagle saw that the two of them hadn't fallen off the azure wind crane's back, it screeched, and a wind blade flew towards the azure wind crane. Xiao! The azure wind crane was cut into two halves by the wind blade. The young woman and Ling Xiao both cried out in alarm and fell off the crane's back. Damned beast! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be so lucky this time. He immediately pulled the young woman into his embrace and whispered to the young woman, "Hold on to my body tightly." Then he let go of the young woman and slapped the hidden arrow on his other arm. Xiao! A small arrow flew out from Ling Xiao's arm. Screech! The lightning eagle was caught off guard and was struck in the abdomen by the arrow, letting out a screech. The lightning eagle didn't die just like that. Instead, it became even more vicious. With a flap of its wings, two bolts of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao and the young woman. Not good! Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He quickly turned around with the young woman in his arms, using his body as a shield in front of the young woman. Boom! Ling Xiao was struck and let out a wretched cry. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the young woman's perfect and flawless face. The two of them rapidly fell. At this time, the lightning eagle also struggled a few times before its large body also began to fall. Clearly, the poison from the arrow had taken effect. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.